Well, I'm waiting for people to join.
We'll see. Maybe they will. Maybe they won't. Don't really matter. People will show up sooner or later. This is kind of an impromptu time for me, anyways. But in the same token, um, it'll be a good test to see who all's out and about this time of morning for me. But it seems to me that, and actually, I'm going to do. I've got plans for topics on many different things coming up. The biggest thing is trying to figure out how to approach them without, shall we say, crossing that proverbial guideline line. You know what I mean?
Yeah, that's always been a challenge.
And beings now that it's it's lightened up, but it's certainly a wider gray area now. You know, you just don't know. That's why I can't really say as I blame you. Going to something to what you're doing is a lot less headaches, uh, and probably a little bit more therapeutic.
Yeah, more therapeutic for sure, because I won't be stressed out doing it, and more far-reaching, I think.
Possibly. Well, I think it was Edison when they asked him about the light bulb. I believe, and don't quote me on this. I could be wrong, but I do believe he was the one that when asked, you had 1,000 failures, and he says, yeah. He says, but I figured out 1,000 ways not to do it and one way to do it.
Yeah, that was Edison. You're absolutely correct.
So it's like people when they think about starting small businesses and stuff, they have this misconception that every small business should succeed. Most don't, but most people that do have successful small businesses have had more than one. Um, they've had failures before. It's like anything else. You can't, when it comes to that, it's like experience. You can't learn to succeed till you know what fails. You know that's another misconception I think people have. Everybody's got a great idea. That doesn't mean everybody's going to think that. Hey, Big D, how you doing, buddy? How you doing, James? People slowly starting to show up. You know what I find hilarious, Diego, is this whole language thing that they're going after and using as a tool in the guidelines things, which really cracks me up, considering I can point to you to numerous videos and music videos that are plenty monetized, where they are absolutely full of profanity. How you doing, James?
Good. I seen what happened on the VIX panel.
As far as what?
Oh, just say whatever was happening from the beginning till the end.
Oh, okay. Well, we were just testing stuff out. That was the biggest thing. How you doing, Rick? You doing, Anna? Good to see you. Just heading to bed, night all. Well, you have a good sleep, Anna. Hello, Paula. I don't know. Do you know me, dear? Yeah, we were testing things out, James.
Yeah, I was
Um,
watching and seeing what you guys were saying. So
You add something, Diego?
yeah, I was going to say the question is, does Paula want to admit to know you?
Funny guy. Funny guy. I guarantee you, there's times she wishes she didn't have to. But I do think that what they were doing there at VIX and stuff, I can see that useful in certain situations, but there's a few other things I'd like to see. Well, there's a lot of things I'd like to see, but as they say, you can wish in one hand and shit in the other, and you still got the same thing. You must be really busy, huh, Paula? So, what's your thoughts on all this stuff, James? I see you on panels, but you don't talk much.
it all depends on what it is. I'm in low in the tech department, but
Oh,
once I learn something, I slowly catch up or get the hang of things. Depends on what it is.
gotcha.
Because I have a learning disability, so
Ah, well, we all do in our own ways, guy. No doubt about that. Yeah, it's like me. This is kind of impromptu. Usually I have a topic and a subject that I'm going to discuss, but this morning's just chat, which is something I
yeah,
haven't done in a
I've
long
been
time.
lurking when you've gone live. So
Yeah? What do you think?
hmm, it all depends on the topic
You
you're
learn it? You learn
discussing.
anything?
Uh, a little things depends on what the topic you're talking about. So it's good to
Gotcha.
know some new information compared to what was said before.
Yeah, for sure. Absolutely, for sure. So, what type of stuff interests you?
Uh, this is about the Jews kind of thing. What I heard, because I'm on both sides. And one thing I can't say on here because I don't want to get you a strike kind of thing. So,
Yeah. So, you're still kind of on the fence or what?
well, I'm sort of on both sides. I can agree on one side, but on the other, it's like going. It's your choice to go to a dentist and also or get your eyes checked kind of thing.
Oh, yeah, absolutely.
I'm
That I'll
on
do.
both sides of that kind of thing.
Yeah, I'll agree with you 100% on that. If I don't begrudge anybody, if that's what you want to do, you go right ahead. But don't try to push me.
As long as I don't pick a fight or an argument, that's where I'm not into it. Because when I was in school, I was picked on from kids, so I back away that kind of stuff.
Yeah. Well, unfortunately, that's the society we live in. We live in a society with a bunch of dickheads at times, too.
Yeah, especially when we're grown ups, we should know better by now.
You would think, but there are some special people in society, too. Just because they're grown up doesn't mean they're still not adolescents, shall we say. How you doing, Tracy's Nature? Good to see you. No, but you're absolutely correct there, James. It's a matter of choice, and it always should have been. Um,
Yeah, because I never heard anything when the convoy was in Ottawa. If any, you could say, outbreaks happened during the 3 weeks.
Well,
If I can say,
there's a lot of things that are coming out that disproves a lot of the narratives that were being bandied about then. So I will say the papers that come out of Australia now through a Freedom of Information request are pretty eye opening. So when governments or politicians say, "Well, we didn't know," well, that's absolute BS. They certainly did.
yeah, because our Bill C-11 is back in the Senate again, so
Okay,
I'm
so
being careful.
No kidding.
As
C-11,
of,
they're going to ram it through no matter which way they can, huh?
yeah, as of yesterday.
No kidding. Well, somebody was telling me, aren't they having a public inquiry up there that they've been censoring?
There was talk about it, but I can't remember if it's going to be behind closed doors or not. I can't remember.
Well, no, I believe it was already going, and they pulled it down. They pulled down the publication of it.
There might be, yeah. I've just seen clips from YouTube. That's all I watch.
Yeah, and what I'm saying is I think someone had the whole thing posted, and they pulled it down. They didn't. YouTube did. It seems to me that how is the public supposed to make an informed choice about something if they're not given the information?
Mm-hmm.
Because
quite often I watch the front page news of their clips and others that show what is happening in the House of Commons later on, and they comment about Trudeau getting bashed from our conservative leader, him bashing Trudeau and his party members. I find that funny when he does it. So
yeah. Well, there's a lot of things that, shall we say, aren't the norm anymore nowadays.
Mm-hmm.
The last 3 years have changed the landscape, not only in politics, but social and economic and all kinds of things.
Yeah, because my home province is all conservative members.
What are you in Alberta?
Saskatchewan.
Oh, Saskatchewan. Okay.
So we're all conservative politician members that are in Ottawa.
Gotcha. It seems to me, though, that just like here, we're being run by the population centers in the cities in the areas that they were never supposed to have any governance over, or at least not as much influence. And I'm not sure how we're going to take that back, not only in your country, but in all countries. Here in the States, Australia, Germany, the EU, England, and I don't know what's like down there with Diego, but I can't see it being much different. Big D says, go ahead, Diego.
It's no different.
Yeah, I didn't figure it would be. Big D says the public inquiry ran it again today, and YouTube banned the channels for 2 weeks. You can watch it live. That's it. No kidding. So they don't want any. The question is, are they trying to stop a permanent record? Now, next question is, can it be posted to Rumble and does it stay up? Who's taking it down? Is it YouTube's taking it down, or are they trying to take it down through other means?
Well, I know Viva Fry, when he does his live stream, he has it on YouTube and Rumble. Then something about something he can't talk about, he takes his YouTube video down, and of course he can say anything on Rumble.
Yeah. Well, that's why I'm wondering if it's posted on Rumble, but if it's a government entity taking it down, it makes me wonder if they can post it over there and it stays up, or considering what you guys are going through up there, if it's pulled down there as well.
No, the creator of Rumble is from Canada.
Yeah, I know.
So I'm not sure.
Yeah, that'd be interesting to find out. How you doing there, Melissa? Good to see you. Rick, good to see you. You know, that's therein lies the rub. And boy, I hate to tell you, if they get that C11 pushed through, wow. I feel sorry for you guys, but it's no different than the Restrict Act they got here. And then I'm finding out that the European Union has, I forget what they call it. I have to look it up and see what it is, because I'm actually going to do a panel on that. But the overreach in that, under the guise that they're using it to remove like TikTok from being used on people's devices in the United States, is absolute BS on what they're doing, because what they're giving themselves power to do, which just floors me, is so far outside of the scope of that it's unbelievable. They will literally be able to stop you from doing any online transactions whatsoever if this bill passes, from a legal standpoint. And we all know what happened with, example with the truckers there in Canada. What's the first thing they did? Went after their bank accounts.
Yeah.
You know, basically, if this passes, that'll codify into law that they can do that without repercussion. Whereas what happened up there, most of them, I believe most of them, if not all of them, they had to turn loose and give back. And I wouldn't be a bit surprised if Canada doesn't have that written into one of the bills they're trying to pass.
Yeah, they might have something sneaking into the bill that we don't know nothing about.
Yeah. I mean, when you get bills that are 3,000 and 4,000 pages long, how does anybody keep their head wrapped around what they're doing? How does any politician really know what they're doing? They can't tell me that they're reading 3,000 and 4,000 pages of basic legal malarkey and understanding the ramifications that are on the population. I think the only thing they understand is it gains government more power. And personally, I think they have way too much now. Especially here, because it was never supposed to be that way. And it's just like you guys in Canada, when you guys separated from the crown. You know, you had what's akin to a Constitution and Bill of Rights there too. The only difference being is you guys aren't inherent, and that's how they take and go around and screw you.
Yeah.
Here they just ignore them. You know, so it's just crazy.
Yeah, because the thing when I see things, I think of just like on TV. Don't like watching this channel? Change the channel.
Yeah, for sure. If you don't like what's being said, it doesn't mean you have to listen.
Mm-hmm.
You know, but hey, how you doing, Uwe? Good to see you, buddy. It's going to get interesting, that's for sure.
Yeah, just have to wait and see what happens.
Well, we really can't wait and see anymore. We need to be a little more proactive. We need to be ringing these people's phones off the hook to let them know we are paying attention.
Yeah, I remember in the U.S. convoy, there was something said about have something on a piece of paper and send it to your government than for demand a response back.
Yes. Yep. That's I hate to say it. It's not as effective as it used to be, but that doesn't mean we give up our system because of shitheads. We have to still keep at it because the alternative isn't acceptable. And the alternative after that isn't one that I think anybody's going to want.
Because I was thinking that we won't have an election until 2025 because the opposition leader of which is the NDP, Jagmeet Singh, at that in 2025 he qualifies for a pension.
Yeah.
So that's why.
Yeah, for sure.
So from now till 2025, whoever can qualify between that timeline can qualify for the pension, then they can retire easily. And that's why, probably not till then, that's why they made the agreement.
Imagine that. Yeah, I know, Uwe. But if we didn't, if everybody gives up, we'd have never had what we have now or prior to this, Uwe. Things change. They always will. Ebb and flow. The United States would have never been a country had people thought like that. Canada would have never been independent if they thought like that.
Mm-hmm.
And it's hard sometimes, no doubt about it. There's times when, even I myself question whether it's even worth going after and trying to inform people or having the discussions. But I just have to keep reminding myself that we wouldn't have been where we were if it weren't for people that did stand their ground and continue. Not always people are going to agree. Not always people are going to get along. And things are not perfect. Nor will they ever be.
Yeah, because it's going to be pretty hard because here out west, we have less seats compared to out east. So all the politician leaders would have to spend more time out east than here out west to try to get more votes.
Yeah, and that's a shame that
it's not like a 50-50.
Well, and therein lies a big rub when it comes to the political landscape as we have it right now. I've heard a lot of people that will poo-poo on what we have here with the Electoral College. And I myself think they should have taken that system right down to the county level. Had they done that, the things we have going on here would have never been possible. With the gerrymandering and redistricting and all that kind of stuff. Because then your local representation, your local, not population-wise, but your local representation would have been equal. And that was the whole idea behind it. But the forefathers of this, I don't think they, as much as they put thought into the Constitution and Bill of Rights and things like that here in the States, I don't think they ever imagined about the times that we're sitting in now. And I don't think they ever imagined, like here, the federal government was never supposed to get as powerful as what it has. So is it, like I said, is everything going to be perfect? No, never will be.
Well, Robert, with that, I'm gonna call it a night because I'm falling asleep.
All right, Diego, you have a good one, buddy.
Good
Good
night,
talking
Dave.
to you.
Night all.
Yeah, and you're correct, Big D. And as much as they claim that that's representative, it's not. Cities should not be dictating. Well, I shouldn't say that. Higher population densities should not be dictating what people are doing in other places. It was never meant to be that way. It wasn't supposed to be that way. And some people take offense to that because they say, well, why shouldn't we have the authority on everything? We have the most people. Well, that just because you have the most people does not mean that your choices of lifestyle um, should be dictated to the rest of the population. Oh, and I'm with you there, Uwe. I don't trust any of them. I don't trust not one lick of them. If they come up and said the sky was blue, I would walk out the door just to check. The level of deception and should we say not necessarily untrue, but not the whole truth. Which, if you're only being told half the thing, that doesn't make it any better than a lie. Yes, you're absolutely correct, Uwe. But we never got anywhere ignoring it, nor will we ever get. Change doesn't happen by pretending stuff doesn't exist. I don't know. We'll see, Uwe. I've seen a lot lesser, and the history of this country and many other countries, it doesn't take 70%. I mean, I could rattle off some numbers here that prove that the opposition certainly doesn't have that much of the population. They just happen to be the loudest. Oh, for sure, Uwe. But you know, nobody said that everything in life was going to be easy and rainbows and unicorns. Um, and it won't be. Everybody's put through trials in life. It's how we choose to react to them that makes the difference. So if you want to jump on up, Uwe, if you can anyway. I don't know what you got going on. Yeah, you're absolutely true on that one, Uwe. They ain't messing around. So we'll see. And that's why you're not seeing it all over the news or plastered all over the place, because if they succeed, they're in trouble. And I don't. Ah, gotcha. I thought you were home already. So what do you think is going to go on up there, James?
I'm not sure. Things change day by day, so
How's the climate of the people? How is the people where you're living at reacting to a lot of this stuff?
well, in the small city I live, it's just a few honks and a few you can say protesters. So
Gotcha. How you doing, Uwe?
Not bad.
Good. I thought you were out of the
Uh,
hospital, guy.
no, I go tomorrow.
Ah, all right. Yeah, I thought you were already home.
No, I haven't talked to any responsible doctor yet. That was just the doctor for the weekend, and he didn't knew anything. And I want to talk to somebody who was involved, and not to any guy who comes randomly by. So
Gotcha. Yeah, it is getting quite hairy over there in France, isn't it?
yeah, I mean, I don't watch TV, but I'm pretty sure they don't show what's really going on, because yesterday I read something. I read something today that was posted by mainstream media, and I've seen that on the internet, that they had about 1,100 injured policemen and stuff already. But I think that's not all. If you see how much fire they burn in the streets, and
Oh, I
it,
know.
and it's not only Paris, it's everywhere. It's in all big cities. And the numbers they're calling out, with whatever 900,000 or a million, is a
Yeah,
fucking joke. It's a
yeah,
fucking
bullshit.
joke. Fucking joke that is.
Well, that's the whole idea. They're going to try to downplay that as much as they can, but um, that's not going to happen. And if they're successful, as I said, these authoritarians are going to be shitting, because then people are going to know.
They they talking already about it behind the scenes, that even Macron gonna take off, but he will not take off until this is all in the case, all in the box. But it's not only the thing about increasing the age from 62 to 64. It's the way they
Yes,
have dealt with it.
correct.
And it's the thing. It's the way what happened in the last 3 and 4 years. They arrested pharmacists for selling, the stuff
Yeah, I know.
we are not talking about, you know,
Right.
and all that stuff that all comes together, then the economically freaking collapsing recession is coming up, and they don't even talking about it, you know, talking about inflation, but this is far beyond the fucking inflation, man.
Oh, absolutely.
So
Yeah, that's. I don't think people realize that there's a lot more going on than what most people meets the eye. But that boils down to too many people are still comfortable,
yeah,
or at least they're still accepting. That'll change.
and
Um,
that's one reason why France is little different than most other European countries. France is closer economy wise, way closer to the US than we are because they have not that many in the middle shift. You know, they have more rich and more poor,
right.
and that's why they are snapping. You know, especially they are in the middle shift and they are on the lower level. They they can't handle it anymore. And the next thing is they are way more multicultural than we are because they had so many colonies, and they still have
Right.
like countries in the Caribbean and in the South Pacific and whatever. They are under France control, and that what makes it. They have so many different culture in there and different people who are completely opposite to the normal European, and that's what makes them so different on the protesting and on. That's why they bring so much aggression in there.
Well, yeah, and the thing of it is, it's going to, in my opinion, show people the alternatives to not speaking up, and that's what I think why that's so important for that to happen. Because the alternative is not something I care to think about.
Yeah,
And I wish them luck. I hope they are successful. God, do I hope they are successful.
and don't get me wrong. I'm far away from agreeing to the violence and aggression they have it there, but they don't see any other way anymore. You know,
Correct.
if you have seen a couple of days ago how they got attacked by gas bombs and shit,
I know.
that was like a war in that freaking street, man. It was like a war. The whole freaking street was completely under dust from gas. So, uh,
But let me ask you this, Uwe. Do we sit back on our hands until we're at that stage?
no, I think it is maybe the last way to deal with it because we were talking about it since the beginning that they are forcing us to do it, and they are waiting on it, and they are waiting on bringing official military in and stuff like that. They are waiting for that.
I
We all
think it's
know.
I think it's going to backfire on them though. I don't think it's going to. An example would be if what happened in Canada during the convoy protest thing were to happen again and things were to play out the same way. I don't think people are going to allow to happen what happened. Um,
No,
that was the biggest mistake that the Canadian government could have made by doing what they did.
yeah, because it
Because
was an eye opener for other countries, and
absolutely, absolutely,
I guarantee you that what happened in Canada would have never happened in France because then they would have had the civil war straight away.
yeah,
And I'm
sure.
pretty sure that the France military would not go against their own country. No way. I
Well, you
would
do.
say I would say 70% of them would turn around.
Well, you do know that they did in Canada try to get the military involved, and they refused.
Yeah, we all know that was not Canadians who were standing there in the front line. All these guys were about 2 meters and 130 kilos, and they looked like freaking door men on the clubs and on the discotheques back in the day.
Well, what they did is they took a lot. They got the volunteers, and I can only say this is the official definition. Um, is they got volunteers across all the provinces that would volunteer to come.
Yeah,
I mean, think about how many people during that resigned out of law enforcement. I mean, they changed their equivalent to the chief of police there, what, 3 times?
Yeah,
Yeah.
I think about 3 times.
Yeah, I believe so. So that's a testament to what they believe will happen and what
Yeah.
the reality of that situation are two different things.
The next thing is, I hardly believe that there was even criminals in there. They took out of jails and trained them for this shit. The same they do in the war already on Russian side and on Ukraine side.
Yeah, it wouldn't surprise me, wouldn't been the least, but we can only speculate on that. That's not,
Yeah, it wouldn't surprise me at all.
you know. And truthfully, that's nothing that any government in the past hasn't tried.
No,
You know,
that
that's
was
why I
even that
tell,
was that was even back in the in the Second World War.
yeah, for sure. I mean, that's a lot of things. That's why I tell people just look at history and it'll tell you the story. But you if you don't know the history, you're going to repeat the same mistakes. And that isn't the governments, that's the people. You know,
And I'm I am I'm not on the same point what many people say that history repeats. I don't think that it repeats, but I think history writes the scripts for the future.
oh, for sure.
And there you
But
see how they act, and look at all the shit what happened. Not only the last 3 years, go back to the last 15 years with all the
uh,
other countries. The stuff in Venezuela started way earlier before the
oh
pandemic
yeah,
going on.
for sure.
And that was all forced. We know that was all forced by the elites as well.
Yeah. And now I think they believe that people are so apathetic anymore that they're going to be able to ram through what they want. They no longer
Yeah,
pander to the people.
yeah.
Um, Unfortunately, I think it's going to backfire, but it isn't going to be without, shall we say, its challenges. Um, no matter which way it goes.
Yeah, I agree. And you know it better than anybody else because you was down in Middle
Yeah,
America.
I've
You
been
know
there.
you know exactly what's going on in those situations.
You're absolutely. I can know it very well. And the parallels that are going on right now are blatantly obvious.
Yeah.
It's the same old song and dance as the song goes.
The only difference is that nobody was believing until the last 3-4 years that stuff would happen in our economies in our countries. But they will see it will.
Oh yeah, for sure. I mean, if you look at my last community post, it very much is relevant
When you made that,
just today.
no, I haven't watched that yet. I got to check that out.
It's not. It's just a community post. It's not a video or nothing. But it's very relevant, and it's true. There's many reasons why a lot of the things we have going on in the world right now are being allowed to happen.
And I tell you what, I know everybody says fear or scared is the wrong way. But I can tell you, man, I'm scared as fuck because many reasons. First of all, economy wise, I can't survive longer than half a year. Physical wise, I'm a fucking wreck. You know, like I couldn't defend myself against anything. And the next thing is you guys are far away, but we are here in the middle. We are in the middle of the fucking
Oh
hotspot.
yeah, I know what you're saying, Uwe, but I don't think it's going to be any different for anybody, truthfully. Um,
No, they will never hit the buttons. They will never. Nobody will do that. They all know that will be the end of everybody, and nobody will do that. So the hotspot will be in Europe like it was in all three wars. The hotspot was here always.
I don't think it's going to be a war like you're thinking there, Uwe. How you doing, Arnie? Good to see you, bud.
Hey, Ani, good to see you, man.
Yeah, it's kind of an after party. I decided to break down and go ahead and fire an early morning one up. I don't think it's going to be what you think, Uwe. I think there's going to be some tough times? Oh, absolutely. But I do believe people are a little I wouldn't underestimate people when it comes to resourcefulness or Uwe. There's a lot of things going on, you know, where people are, shall we say, making themselves known in different ways. So as I say, like in your case there, yeah, I understand your apprehension for sure, but I don't think it's going to play out quite the way you think. I think people are going to be coming to some revelations and start to understand that we can't allow what's going on to continue. Not at least in the form that it is.
I hope you're right.
Well, there's only two options, Uwe. It doesn't matter whether I'm right or wrong. You know, I can't. You know, the saying goes, worry about the things you can change and don't worry about the things you can't. And then that's kind of true. But in the same token, I'm not going to live my life in fear of things that may come. I will just have to deal with what it is, and move on from there.
Yeah, but
It isn't.
even
We're not in the same way, and it was in World War II, guy. It isn't the same thing anymore.
but even with all your health issues and all that stuff you have to deal with, you are still in the way better position than I am and many others are. You know
Possibly, yeah,
that.
and I'll
Because
agree with you on that.
you was trained for extreme situations like this.
Let me say this.
You are hunting since you are whatever 13, 15 years old. You're living pretty much independent in the wild in Michigan, and you have a big advantage to whatever 80% of the world's population. Let's say that, even with your health problems, because you can anticipate stuff way better than most others with all the stuff you know.
Let me put it this way though, Uwe. There is some differences there. I agree with you, but there's also some commonality as well, and it's going to be the same way no matter where you're at. You know, nobody's going to live in an island unto themselves. It's going to take community. It's going to take friends and neighbors working together.
Yeah, for sure.
And that's something that we haven't done in a very long time.
No, most of us didn't.
Well, but that's exactly how things are going to have to be. And once that realization comes to people, I think you're going to find out that a lot of the things you are concerned with, and I'm not saying your concerns aren't genuine, they certainly are. But I think you're going to see a different landscape, um,
The-
because it has to be. There's no other option. You know,
One
you
thing what most people don't even see and don't even realize, and I realized it too late as well. The division of the neighborhoods, the division of humanity was not
yes,
only since the pandemic. It started way earlier,
oh yeah, for sure.
way
But as
earlier,
I said,
but slow, but slow. And
yep,
then they pushed the button like an atomic bomb. You know.
yep. How you doing, Dan? Good to see you, buddy. Well, and that's the thing, Uwe. But as I said, you know, you even look at during, if you want to use a historical reference, at when things were at their worst in many countries, people learned to work together. And that's what we'll have to do again if it comes to that. You know, I mean, granted, is it going to be easy? No, nothing in life ever is. But you have to remember that it isn't just us as singularities out there.
Yeah, I know. The
And
thing is uh, that most people getting really mad if you bring up the 30s, but this was exactly the same, just on a way higher level and way more intelligent because it was psychological.
yeah, for sure. But
Okay, there
that
was a
also,
little bit of physical with this trying to uh, not directly but indirectly forcing millions to take the shot. But in general, it was a psychological war, the same treatment they made in the 30s here, and that
yeah.
was worldwide.
Well, and the difference being too, Uwe, is people were kind of blindsided by that. It There was no precursor. Whereas now people do have the precursor and they can see it coming. Now they can go along kicking and screaming that the world isn't the way it is and doesn't conform to their ideal and fall by the wayside, which is what'll happen. Or they can get with the program and realize that the only way that any of us ever moves forward is through cooperation and community. And that's been uh, a factor in all things throughout history, whether it's the advent of the beginning of a country, whether it's the advent of a community, or right down to a town level. We've lost that, but I think we're going to be in, many are going to be in for a rude awakening
Oh yeah, we got to
when they
find
find
that
out
back
that they're,
immediately.
yeah,
Immediately.
when they figure out that their arrogance of they can be an island unto themselves disappears. Now, is that going to be hard for a lot of people? Yeah, absolutely. But you're going to have two choices. You can either get with the program, or as I said, you can fall by the wayside.
Many people will even realize that you can't eat money.
Correct. You can't eat digits on a card either. That's one thing I think people, uh, I really think that's going to be the big realization is when they try that. Because, you know, well, I got to watch how I say this because, yeah, that will
Yeah,
definitely.
don't risk anything.
Well, I'm not worried about much
We we
about risk
we,
anymore,
we
Uwe.
know that they are all around. And
Uh,
even if you got, that's what I was typing in chat on VicBCs, but nobody was paying attention. Even if it looks like you have the right to talk more than half a year ago. I think it's a trap.
I don't think it's a trap as much as I think
I think it is.
it. I think a lot of the things that are going on are kind of the writing on the wall. So it's kind of like an investor; they're hedging their bets. Because if they were to continue what they were doing, they were going to be the next one under the thumb and under scrutiny. Not that I think they're going to avoid that anyway.
Hey, Kizum, good to see you, man. It's a long time.
Who?
Kizum,
Kazum, how you doing, buddy?
you know what I think, honestly? It will be maybe taking a couple more weeks, months, but then
Yeah, eat your foreign car. Yep. Yeah, you could say that for sure.
they will do the same stuff they make with the coup and with the war and with all the political stuff, censoring and taking channels down and strike you. They will do the same stuff soon if you talk against the African LGBTQ woke shit agenda.
Yeah,
The
but
same stuff will come up soon. Trust
as
me.
with anything, Uwe, the more you censor, the more you draw attention to things, and the more attention that's drawn to things, um, the less control you have, the less you can bullshit people. Um, there's many aspects to all throughout society. You know, it's just like the knucklehead that jumped on my stream there the other day and decided to start with his racist bullshit.
It wouldn't even surprise me if that would be a setup by somebody.
Oh, that wouldn't
Honest.
surprise me one bit in the least either. Um, I found it quite humorous, but in the same token, it's not unexpected.
Yeah,
Yeah, correct.
Kazum,
But
that's right. And
it's
then
only
nothing.
one aspect, Kazoom. The They're using that as another wedge in society, um, effectively at the moment, obviously.
And
Well,
you know,
it,
homosexuality and what they are doing out of that has that's completely that's even more than 180 degrees opposite way. You know what? I have nothing against anybody adult having their own life in sex. I don't care. But to force their ideologic extremism bullshit to everybody is absolutely beyond everything what this fucking world ever has seen, man. Honestly, that's and especially doing that to children with an age of 3, 4 in kindergarten. Are you fucking serious?
well,
That's
that's the thing. The normalization that they're trying to do to things, even for people like Kazoom, doesn't help him at all, even
no,
though
it
they like to
doesn't.
say it does.
And most of the homosexual are completely against all this shit.
Yeah, for sure. It's bullshit, but it's another thing that they've used to drive a wedge into society.
And to divide society
Yeah, for sure.
into freaking parties, you know.
Well, you know, they have to have people hate each other because if they don't have people fighting with each other, as the saying goes, they aren't going to look up.
Exactly. If you don't stay united, they don't have to be scared about the civils. And but at the moment, we are still way too divided to have a chance against the narrative and the elites.
Yeah, I expected that, Kazoom. I really did expect that. and it's not surprising whatsoever.
Hey, cool arrow.
It runs in your genes. That's a good one. It's only one aspect. Whether it's race, culture, religion. Um, I mean, think about this, Uwe. It's down to the point to where they're using what people do in their own damn bedroom to divide the society. That's just insane.
Yeah, it is.
The pick
And
me.
not only that,
That's a good one.
to just force their freaking thickness that there is 660 or 670 genders in the world, to force that shit on in the public. You gotta be fucking kidding me, man. I mean, that's beyond fucking insane. There's not even a word for that anymore.
Well, but as I said, that's only one aspect of society that this is all happening in. You look at something as simple as being American and Canadian. It wouldn't surprise me in a bit, at least, if Canada ends up passing all this BS they're trying to pass up there, that they try to get Canadians to dislike Americans just because of the way we think. And that's very apparent in Europe. I mean,
Oh, they're trying to do that with every country,
yeah, for sure. They stereotype people, put them in a little box, and you're supposed to dislike anything that's outside of that. And that's bullshit. It could be politics, it could be color, it could be your ancestral background, it could be any number of things.
I mean, we all know we are just connected with, let's say, an amount of people, let's say 200 or 300. But as we see, we are worldwide, and we see that we are basically all the same. Nobody of us wants to have a freaking war, and nobody wants to have
Yeah,
this
absolutely.
division. But most people will never get this information because they are just in their freaking bubble with TV and shit.
Yep. How you doing, 41 South? Good to see you, bud. Thanks, man. I appreciate it.
Hi, Mrs. T, if you're still in the chat.
Yeah, she's doing Robert's channel now for her sleeping.
Yeah, she seems to think my voice puts her to sleep, so I guess whatever works.
She's probably recording it right now and using it every day then.
Well, I told her I'm going to get a book and I'm going to read it and post it up just for her. Yeah, you're correct, Consume, very much. Christ, now I lost my train of thought. The whole Mrs. T thing got me off base.
You will find it back.
Yeah, I know. But, as I said, Uwe, is change coming? Yes. Anybody that thinks otherwise is a fool. But we are going to dictate what that is, one way or another. And as I said, it's not going to be without its challenges. And nobody said life was going to be totally easy all the time. But in the end, if you look at things, the will of the people has always prevailed. And unless we do want to live in a society that's based off a Chinese, shall we say, style of political or governmental things, then people need to wake up. And I don't mean wake up as to just seeing what's going on. I mean to understand to quit letting the bullshit that's put out in society to divide us. And the only way that we can do that is through information. It's just like we were talking about the thing there in Canada going on, and they pull it down. How does somebody like James there make a decision on voting for something if he isn't given the information?
Yeah.
Do you just guess? Is that what happens? And they make it so much more difficult nowadays to get to the truth, because we know we've been lied to on many different aspects of things, or not told the whole truth for a very long time.
Because our politicians here in Canada say one thing when it comes to election time, then if they get elected, then once they're in office, the story changes.
Yeah, and
Because
Yeah.
just look what happened to the gun issue. What happened in the States? Well, our prime minister tried to ban farm rifles, and then there was an uproar over that. Then he backed
for
off.
sure. All right, Kazum. By the way, Kazum, you're more than welcome up on the panel, guy. You always have good insight.
but that issue you have everywhere in all countries, James. And actually, I was showing a joke I think last weekend it was, on another channel, about exactly that topic. And I can tell you the joke. I could show you, but it's in German. But the joke goes, Angela Merkel, who was our chancellor for 16 years, she died suddenly, accident, and she comes to Petrus, and he said, you are lucky. You have two choices. You can go to hell, or you can go to heaven. But you don't have to make your choice now. I give you the opportunity to check it out. And then they go to hell, and she comes out, and there's a huge golf resort. All her friends sitting there drinking champagne and having a good time and laughing. And she says, "Oh my God, that's great." And then he said, "Okay, wait. Now I'm going to show you the heaven." They come to heaven. They come to heaven. Everybody is sitting on a freaking cloud, relaxing, having a smoke,
That's gonna be me.
having fun. And then the next day, he comes and says, "Okay, where you want to go?" She says, heaven was nice, all relaxed, all cool, was nice. But at least in the hell, there was a little bit action, and my friends were there, and I choose the hell. Okay, he said, all right. They go down to hell. They are not even open the door, and two freaking hands
Marjo, you jackass.
pull her in there, and she's standing up to the chest in shit, and has to put shit in bags. And she says, "Wait a minute, what's going on here? What's this fuck? Yesterday was a great golf resort and all that stuff here. Where is that all gone?" He said, yesterday was before the election, today is after the election. Quite simple. And that's how election works.
Yep.
Everywhere.
Absolutely.
It doesn't matter where you go. Everywhere.
How you doing,
Hey,
Rob?
Rob. How you doing, Rob?
What's happening?
You looked a little buzzed there, guy.
Oh no, I'm
No?
fine.
Are
No.
you sure?
No,
You're over an hour late.
And are you sure that Mrs. T is happy that you are still on?
Mrs. T is passed out because Robert's talking,
Yeah, I know. She said that.
and she wanted me to make sure that you knew that it's not an insult.
Yeah, I know. I just think it's funny.
No, she's still awake back there. It's
Well, that's surprising. I've been talking for quite a while. I must be losing my touch.
yeah, she was that. Yeah, no, we. Hello, honey. Hello. Nope, she's out. No, forget it.
I guess you are almost out too, man.
Nope.
You don't know it yet.
Mm, Yeah, it's Saturday. What are you talking about? I got a video. I've actually got a video game going over here, and
Oh, really?
Are you
What
playing? Are you playing that space game?
it's a different space game though. Which one are you thinking of? Empyrean?
The one where you were doing the gardens and building shit and
No, I've still got that one active. I've still got a server going on that one. This one's called No Man's Sky.
yeah, I'm not up on that stuff. I don't play games.
Nah, it's actually a highly complicated game. It's
Honestly, it's not my business, Rob. But let me ask you: how can you find the time for playing so many games with all the stuff you have doing around? Holy shit, man! That's impressing me, man.
I've always been a gamer. I mean, being a gamer, I was actually a game tester, back in like '95, right? Like, I mean, that's actually how I met Miss T. I mean, the game that I met her in, I was like a game tester, game dev. I mean, not to go into a huge story, but I mean, I was always involved in games, and
What
especially
company What company was you testing for?
Oh, well, it was EA. It was Electronic
EA.
Arts,
All right.
and we were considered game devs or game founders.
They are
And
Canadian anyway. EA is Canadian, isn't it?
I don't think EA is Canadian. No, I think it's US. I'm not sure on that actually. No, yeah, I'm not fully sure on that. So, but when everybody knows what The Sims is, they've heard of The Sims. You know, The Sims 1. I was when The Sims 1 was out, The Sims Online had started forming a little bit after. People were sent, early access guys were kind of sent these emails, and they said, hey, we're going to be testing The Sims 1, but it's going to be a multiplayer. It's going to be an online game. It's going to be, are you interested in, testing it and sending feedback? And so I was like totally cool with that. I'm like, oh, this is a great game. This is a lot of fun. Sims 2 had just come out, and but Sims 1 was still a huge game. It was like massive. The community was huge, and they decided that they were going to do a online version of it. That's where the Sims Online came from, and I ended up being a founder for that, and doing a bunch of testing. I mean, not like I'm anything special. There was thousands of us that were reached out to.
I
that
never
had-
played it, but I'm really surprised that it's almost 30 years old. Holy crap, man.
Yeah, right.
Fuck, no
No
That's
doubt.
crazy.
So after testing that, it was a big deal, and when The Sims 1 did come out, long story short, Mrs. T, her daughter at the time, who was 8 years old, wanted to play this online version of The Sims 1. And she said, no, I'm going to test it first. And that's where me and Miss T met. She quickly found out, no, my 8-year-old's not playing this game, but she enjoyed it. And that's where she met me, because I was in there in the beginning. I had been there from the start. And, whatever, you had popular houses and whatever. Like I said, long
So
story short,
you basically saved your daughter from being addictive to online gaming. Eh?
no. Nope, didn't work. She still did her thing.
But you tried to anyway. You
But
tried.
at 8 years old, no, she was not allowed to play The Sims Online, because it was a cesspool for, it wasn't kids playing the game. It was adults. It was all adults. And yeah, it was The Sims 1. But I mean, if anybody's ever played The Sims, you know what you can do to the Sims lives, and as far as like all of whatever. It was The Sims but you turned it into multiplayer. It was a lot. I'll always have much love for it because that's where I met my honey. But it's The Sims, and that was like I said, always much love for that game.
I never
That's the
played
bottom
it.
line.
Well, beyond just basic gaming stuff, I think a lot of these, shall we say, alternate worlds type games are usually adult oriented because you can't have a mix with children into a alternate world where you don't just walk up to somebody and automatically know that you're talking to a child.
Well, that's very
And
true. I mean, as far as gaming goes,
Which-
that you know what? I mean, you make a great point there because that's a hard situation. You don't know who you're talking to. You don't.
Yep.
And I go back years and years back in the let's scroll back into the 90s there just for for a few minutes, mid 90s to into around 2000. We played a lot of MMOs, and some of the people that we chatted with were actually teenagers or such, or younger people. Many were adults. The funniest thing is that some of the younger people that we met that we were involved in video games with, now I'm in my late 20s at this point, and then into like early 30s into some of these games, and they were more mature than a lot of the adults that we met. So it's a hard thing. There's a lot of talk these days about I mean, how do you even talk about it? Like, grooming and, all of this shit. Nobody cared about any of that. Were you good on the team? Were you, we didn't care what you were doing in your personal life. We didn't give two shits about who you were or how old you were. Could you handle the dungeon? Could we get in there and finish, can we finish the boss? That's how that shit rolled years ago. That's the way it was. We didn't care. We weren't trying to even meet you in real life. Who cared?
I played a lot of EA games back in the early 90s. Started with NHL, then the FIFA, NBA, and stuff. But online for me back in the days, with not a proper internet connection was impossible. And then the first time, and that's when I started talking English, was when I got the first ISDN connection at home, which was still crappy, but it was better than modem. And then I started playing Tiger Woods 94 or 95,
I
playing
think I played
online.
that one. There was a Tiger Woods game that I played. I loved it too. It was a lot of fun.
I played it until they stopped it, and nobody understood why they stopped it in 2008. It was just a shame because no other golf simulation ever got close to that game. Graphic wise, okay, you can beat it easy because it's only technology, but physically and accuracy, no other game got ever close to that. We had a huge community with Canadians, Americans, Australians, many Scottish, Scandinavian. We had a bunch of Scandinavian in there. And then we started using Skype, which was the absolutely worst case for my connection with conferences in Skype with
Skype
ESPN.
was huge.
It was a killer. It was a killer for the internet. But that was me coming international. That was me coming speaking English after getting released from school in '86 with freaking basic English. Yeah, this is a pencil and this is Peter and he's sitting on a chair.
Let
Well,
me.
that's exactly it. And the funny thing is, I'm sorry, Robert. Hang on one quick
Yeah,
second.
go ahead, Rob.
Uwe, Skype was the next thing, right? I was playing this game. I was this, almost a moderator on this Sims 1, back in the day. And that's where I met, Miss T, right? We were actually just friends, and we were just chatting, and we actually had previous relationships. There was relationships that were going on, whatever was going on, and it was months of playing this game and just actually getting to know each other. And it's like, maybe we should, maybe we should just like, say hi to each other offline. Are you interested in that? Neither one of us pushed each other for that. And Skype was the first one, that was, it's like, all right, let's try Skype. All right, and anyway, years later, whatever, we got a 16-year-old. It goes from there.
I tell you, Skype was awesome because that was a revolution. And the both guys, I think they were Finnish, who created Skype. They made that was the same guys who invented Casa Light for sharing music. I think that was the same guys who invented Skype. And it was, how long was it? 2 or 3 years when they sold it for how many millions? I think it was about 70, 80 million.
Yeah. And I gotta tell you, it was a bad move.
Yeah, it was a bad move. Yeah, it was. But can you blame them? I mean, they were usually, let's say, hackers, programmers with whatever a decent income. But can you blame somebody if you get offered 50, 60 million? Nobody can be fucking blame them. It's impossible to say no. I don't need it.
Depends on how many people were on the team, but I mean, even if you had 20 people on the team and it sold for 70 million, I mean, everybody's getting a good payout. So
I think it was only 2 who invented.
I think it was low. I don't know how many, but I don't think it was a big team.
I think it was 2 guys who created Skype. 2 guys. They maybe had a couple employees after that when they started going online, but the creation was 2 guys who made that company. And I can just say, holy shit, man, that was one of the biggest freaking invention in online history. Tell you that.
You know what? And I just noticed that Kazoom had actually mentioned just a little bit ago there, the advantage to meeting people in these places is you can know some things about common, as far as that goes, that's what exactly happened with me and Mrs. T. This was a video game. I was real. She, I mean, we're as real as we're gonna be as far as it goes. But I mean, as far as conversation goes, it wasn't a dating site. It wasn't a, we're not in there, trying to say, hey, we should hook up. We should hook up. Absolutely not. I was actually at the end of a very bad marriage, and I hated women. I mean, let's just be as honest as I can possibly be. But I was still friendly to everybody. I'm still my personality. I've always been my personality. But as far as like a relationship goes, like, no, whatever, that's fine. I was just fine with being single the rest of my life. I had been married 11 years, and it's like, whatever, but she was super nice and she was super cool. And I'm like, you know what? I really like just hanging out with this person. No desire. And then found out she was in Canada. It's like, okay, that's even easier. That's great. She's cool. I'll be friends. We'll hang out. And there was no like setup or anything. It's like, oh, we're gonna hook up. No desire. She had no desire. We were just buddies. And that's where the organic relationship kind of, formed. And, you talk months and months to somebody that's somebody got no intentions of, it's like, oh my God, you're like in like Western Canada. I'm in Eastern Florida. It's like perfect. You're a great friend. This is fabulous. I don't have any issues. This is great. You're actually pretty cool to talk to. You're a nice person, and we had a lot of stuff in common, and blah blah blah.
But you know what?
But it was months and months of that, and then all of a sudden it was like, damn it, maybe we should meet. You want to meet in person? And that's where we fucked up.
but you know what? That's the different way of lifestyle from North America with these huge distances. That would not that would probably not happen here in Europe because talking about that distance, I would be in the east of Turkey, probably with that distance from Florida to BC, or even further, or even whatever in Georgia or in Russia or wherever.
Oh, Kazoom.
To the
Love
south,
that.
I can't even go 5,000 kilometers to the south because I'm in the ocean. Then there's no land anymore.
Right, right.
Something I'd like to back up on what Kazum said. This back here, when we was talking about games and AI, and he AI is going to radically change things.
I'm still listening. I got a 10-100. I'll be right back.
Yeah, and he says not necessarily for the best, and I kind of have the same concerns, but unfortunately, Kazum, I don't think any government's going to step in to make sure that it's used for good. Not that I really think they give a shit. I think it'll be weaponized and used for shall we say, social effects. They'll study people enough, and the AIs will tell them, well, you do this, you do that, and people will react this way, and this is what we'll do, and the economic things aside of it. I just don't think any one government is going to stop it, nor do I even know if they'd be able to at this point in time.
I totally agree to what Kizumi said, or Kisum said in chat, that AI gonna take a lot of jobs.
Yeah, for
and,
sure.
And I guarantee you another thing. Is there anything invented in the last 150 years that the government and the elites didn't took against us? And AI will be the next step. And who the hell knows how long they even dealing with that stuff and cheating on us in ads and whatever.
Oh yeah,
We
for sure.
don't even know.
The algorithms used right here on YouTube are AI driven. It's just not very advanced or sophisticated as we think of as AI. But when general AI, which is the big thing, when that happens, and if that becomes successful, then that's when we're in real trouble. And then the next step that will be is they will put it in to some sort of robot or mechanics or any number of things. And that will cause some major problems. It might be our own undoing, to tell you the truth. Politics aside, if you look at it and you take it to its ultimate end and think that, okay, it's just a program. Well, yes and no. The bad thing about a program, it doesn't have the advantage of human emotions.
Yeah.
But that's also an advantage for it because it don't give a shit.
Exactly. It's the same with this what we talked about a couple of months ago with this like robot cops they already invented in California, I think it was, who, I mean, there's once those thing goes out of control, you can't do anything,
Hi, chat.
and you can't even say you don't hit that person because it's innocent or whatever. Once they go, they go.
Yeah, for sure. And the thing is, there isn't going to be any marked time when that transition happens, if it ever does. Is it impossible? Maybe. But at this point in time, I wouldn't write it off. The scariest part is if wonder would become what we would equivalent to consciousness, self-aware, self-present, shall we say, preservation, then we're going to have a real problem. You know, it's all great with the things that people do and using it for, you know, playing with music and playing with writing scripts or doing any kinds of number of things that they can do with AI. But when it comes to a point now, like they're allowing it access to its own API, its own programming, and allowing it to emulate interaction in society down to currency and value. Now, those are concepts, which is fine and great when you say, well, it's just a program. Yes, it may be just a program, but there's no safeguards that you can put in to give a program a thought of, okay, even in a car, who do you choose to run over if there's going to be an accident? Old woman or old kid? They're just cold calculations.
You
There's
hit
no
the brakes.
Pardon?
You hit the brakes.
Provided you have the ability to do that. But what I'm saying is humans have the ability of creativity and abstract thinking. Whereas in an AI, it's only emulation at this point. When it stops being emulation, that's when things are going to change drastically. And that's already happened in music. You can, I think it's the name of the thing's called Frostbite Orkings. It's the first AI heavy metal band. And all of the music is written and played by an AI.
Wow. I haven't heard of that yet.
It's, if you listen to it, I mean, it's a bit beyond my style of music. It's screamo stuff, but it's absolutely impressive
Be right back.
what it did. And far
Still
beyond where I thought they were at. So that's on a whole new level of anything we've ever seen before.
The thing is, if you see, I don't know who it was last week in Nathan's channel. I think it was Shane, but I can't remember. Posted a link that showed you, or it was Matt. I think Matt it was. So he posted a link with 3 different programs you can download for free, and how you can create an AI and how freaking real that looks. And that's the stuff that is for free. Then you can pay some whatever fees a month to get more access. But we just got to realize that's all the stuff that is public, that is shown to us. But I don't even want to think about what it's all in the background behind the doors that they don't show us.
Yeah. Right.
That's absolute insane.
That's the link to what I'm talking about in the video. It's a music video. If you realize that every aspect of that was created by AI, right down to the video,
Oh, that's crazy.
and nothing more than if it was a band coming into a production studio where, you know, changes were made by a producer or things like that as they would normally do.
I know where you come from.
Pardon?
I know where you come from. We don't even know anymore. But you know what another good example is? The comeback of ABBA. Because they made a virtual comeback of ABBA. Have you heard about that?
The comeback
never
of what?
of ABBA, the pop group from the 80s. They never came back physically on stage. It was all virtual. check it out if you don't know the story. It was a huge event last year or the year before in London. And it was all virtual. They they made all the moves, everything digital. They made a new album, yes, they did in studio, but they had never been on stage. It was all animated. AI.
Yeah.
Absolute disgusting if you know that that can happen to everything now, you know.
Yeah, for sure.
It's I don't know. These things are the things I'm 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 the same part scared of than that the freaking war gonna hit my house next week. Honestly, because you don't know how far all this shit goes.
Well, but as I said before, Uwe, um, I guess I don't fear anything like that because in my mind, it's just another thing that we're going to have to deal with. Now, it could turn out to be the best thing to happen to humanity. But as I said, it could also turn out to be our undoing.
As we all know the humanity, and we all know the humans, and we all know that humans who get power, most of them will never give it back and will never use it in a good way. I can't share your positivity on that.
Well, you also got to remember, though, Uwe, I don't think that's going to be a power unto themselves. Um, there's too many people that have the abilities and access to do the same things.
I know.
So it's it's like anything else. There's always going to be problems when we delve into unknowns.
That's why one of my biggest, let's say, um, probably bad attitudes of my personality is that I was grown and raised, and I always was a very scared and careful person in my life,
Yeah.
and that is not very helpful these days. I tell you that.
No, it's not, and it's not an easy thing to get over.
No,
By
it's
the way,
definitely
Uwe,
not.
you should definitely save that link and check it out because I think you will like that music.
Oh yeah, I have it already bookmarked.
Yeah, but what kind of astounds me with it is that it shows the power of what it can do when it comes to emulating, shall we say, human thought. Uh, because music and abstract thoughts are one of the hardest things to emulate. That's why it's always so easy to tell an AI, or at least for me it is. I've had a lot of people say, "Well, check to that program. You can't tell it's not human." Bullshit. All you got to do is do some abstract logic, and an AI will always crash or imply things. That's one thing humans are good at. You can say words that don't necessarily mean what they say, but the meaning is implied. AI isn't there yet. I don't know that it'll ever get there. Um, there's many things that I think a lot of people think are going to be true. I don't know if it's possible. Not to say that it's impossible, because we're in uncharted waters when it comes to AI. As I said, it could turn out to be the greatest thing for humanity or undoing. But we're not going to stop it. We could ban it across the planet, and somebody else is still going to do it, no matter what.
Yeah.
What the government's going to do. You know, it's like the advent of nuclear weapons. They could say, well, we're going to stop. We're going to ban the development of nuclear weapons. Well, we know that's not going to happen because other countries are going to do it. Anything a government can do to gain power over others, they're going to do. So we're deluding ourselves to think that a government's going to step in and regulate AI. Now, would they regulate it for average people? Oh, very possibly. But when it comes to what they want to use it for, absolutely not. Hence, the whole gun debate. They under the guise of think of the children, we want to take away everybody's guns. Well, no, that isn't their motivation. And unarmed citizenry cannot fight back. So basically, they got carte blanche, could do whatever the hell they want. But with AI, I think it's going to be a little different story because I don't think they would be able to keep that genie in the box like you can with something physical. And that's a good thing and also a bad thing because that means any, shall we say, person who isn't exactly stable could use something like that to cause some very major damage. So that's but as I said, I don't think there's any way to stop it. I think it's going to be ingrained into every aspect of our society, just as technology is nowadays.
As you know, as I come out of a complete different world, I'm splitted on that gun stuff, Okay, it's maybe the Americans, or let's say the North American continent, is based on weapons, and they always had weapons, and that's probably fine. But I think it's way too easy to get legal weapons over there, and that should be probably the first thing that should be better controlled.
Well, let me ask you this though, Uwe. Do you think a government should be the arbiter of whether or not you're able to protect yourself?
No, probably not. But
then what you just said makes no sense.
If every psychological sick person can go into a gun shop and just sign a freaking document and say, okay, I'm fine.
Well, but hold on, Uwe. You're looking at the tool. What about the guy that drove through that parade and killed 56 some odd people?
Yeah, I know.
Are they out trying to ban cars?
Yeah, I know what you mean.
Far more people. No, hear me out. There's far more people killed in vehicles than are from firearms.
How do I change my picture?
There's no picture.
Yeah, he's trying to figure out how to do an avatar. I believe you go over to the three dots there by your on the left hand side. And how you doing, Kazoom?
Oh, over there. Kazoom! Hey, what's happening?
Kazoom. Good to see you, man.
You go down to change avatar.
Oh, I see it.
Always good to see you.
I found it.
Long time.
How you been, bud?
Yeah, I've been all right. Yeah, I wasn't trying to interrupt the conversation, though. Continue what you were saying, though.
No, that's fine. But what I'm trying to get across to Uwe is, it doesn't matter what tool is used. Just like with AI, once the genie's out of the bottle, it's going to be used and happen. And to think that any government is going to restrict anything that is for the common good is sketchy at best because we don't have benevolent governments.
There we go.
I
And-
mean, yeah. Even if the government tries to restrict some of this stuff, it's not going to really matter that much. We're in for a wild ride over the next decade, man. We're in a wild ride over the next decade, over a number of issues, so many things, man.
Yeah, absolutely. And it's going to be social. It's going to be economic. It's going to
Timber.
be defense. It's going to be governmental. All kinds of things.
Yeah.
And at the advent and the rate of change that things are happening, the only thing we can do is keep our heads up, pay attention, and do the best we can.
Yep.
Because
Yeah,
unfortunately,
as you are, presume you are in the, let's say, in the media industry anyways. You're doing some professional stuff. So you probably know even more about the AI than we do.
I don't know about that, but
I
yeah,
don't.
I don't know if I have anything more to say than anyone else.
Yeah, but to think that we're going to stop it, just as I was trying to say when it comes to weapons, Uwe, if we're going to look at the tool and not the person, we have a real problem. It isn't the tool that's the problem; it's society.
Yeah, I know.
It's the person. And until, like I said, like the guy that drove his car through that parade, what drives a person to do that? What drive Mr. Jones to poison all of his flock? What drove Heaven's Gate people to all commit suicide because a comet was coming through?
What
all that stuff here
drives?
too.
What drives? What would you call it? Gender activists to go do to do terrible
Jump,
things in the
Eddie.
name of trying to dismantle the prevailing oppressive systems that make up society. Oh no, we need to. Yeah, what are they going to do in the name of that? So
Yeah. It's insanity, and that's the problem. You have people who, and in that case, there, and I think Kazum will agree with me, had some serious mental health issues. Because speaking of somebody that's been in combat, you got to be a special kind of something to kill children.
yeah,
You aren't playing with a full deck. And that's been throughout history for many different reasons, not just this. This is just another one that some people who think that they have a wrong done to them in society and it doesn't conform to their ideals, and they think they can force it upon the people. And they think by doing that, it's going to make people all of a sudden sit up, notice, and feel sorry for them. I hate to tell them they have the exact opposite effect.
And then you come to the next point, Robert. If you have, I mean, you can't avoid to have psychologically sick people in the world. It's
Correct.
impossible. But if you come to here, then that we are here having
I don't know what the hell's.
judges, they release those people
I'll be right
back to the civilization, to the society, because they saying, oh yeah, you have done your rehabilitation, you are fine now and whatever, you are being a good person, and not even a couple of days, a couple of weeks later, they do the same shit again. That judge who released that person is in the same way guilty to me for the next death than the guy who did it, and he has to be on the same freaking charge as the guy or the person who killed the other.
Well,
You
but
know.
therein lies the problem, Uwe. Our legal, judicial, and governmental systems have been tainted to not be unbiased. They're supposed to be blind justice, and they no longer are. They're trying to fit in the idea that there's a special snowflake in society through many different aspects.
Yeah, I mean, they're basically trying to use the progressive stack to judge everything.
Yeah, and that don't work. That doesn't work at all. There's always going to be people who think differently, look differently, act differently, have different social circles, belief systems, and everything. You cannot use that as a gauge about how legal or judicial things are dictated, or even governmental.
Can you imagine what will happen to just everything when we start judging our legal system off of those kinds of values? Oh my fucking God, what's going to happen to the country?
Well, it's already there, Kazum. It really is already there.
Well, I mean, it's closer in Canada than it is here in the United States, but still.
Yeah, but that's the insanity of thinking that controlling society through dictation is going to work, and it won't. It's culture and always will be.
Yeah, but you never can avoid it 100%, but you can do at least increase or save the society way more in the way that it doesn't matter if that person is mentally sick or whatever happened, why he killed that child or that person. If you don't have a penalty death, then lock him up for the rest of their life until they get out in a fucking box.
Yeah,
That's
but what
the
happens? What happens when we start declaring that a number of things that are really they actually are mental disorders? What if we start declaring that those things are normal in society and we shouldn't have any negative attitude towards those elements? What happens?
What we have now. And in the same token, I'm going to play devil's advocate here, Kazum. What happens when we have a bureaucracy decide that something is worthy of punishment when it comes to social issues or cultural issues, that we have mob control? Well, okay, you can't be in society and function because you have blue eyes, or your skin color is darker than others, or you're too.
I think it's more likely to be you don't if you have this view about this group or this I think it has more to do with mind control than anything else.
Absolutely, and Big D hit the same thing, same time. It's thought crime. We are never.
Yeah, but I was not talking about something what might happen. I'm talking about stuff that happened.
Yes,
that's a different story.
And I agree with you. I agree with you, Uwe. I agree with you.
I don't say that every psychological stick is basically a killer. I don't say that. I'm not a racism or whatever. I don't go against any minorities. But if somebody, it doesn't matter if he's sick or not sick, is guilty to kill somebody for no reason, then he has to be locked for the rest of their life.
I don't disagree, Uwe. But in the same token, what failed there?
The system, our judge system. You get arrested here. I give you an example. We have a fee here. You are forced to pay that for the mainstream TV and radio station. You pay 25 euros a month for that stuff. It doesn't matter if you watch it or not. You have to pay it. And we have some people.
Real quick, Kiz. Whoops, over there. How do I reach out to you? Kind of like I'd like to. Can you send me an email, or do you have an email? Like, there's a subject that I'd like to talk to you about.
Or perhaps I shouldn't say this blatantly, but I don't care that this channel isn't known that much. It's kizum@gmail.com.
Just like your name?
Yes.
Like spelled out right there?
Yes, at gmail.com.
Okay.
I think it's on your description too, isn't it? In your general description?
No. My my email is not in any sort of description.
Okay.
He's like,
So-
oh, there's not many people watching. Okay, that's my email.
His real
I
email,
appreciate that.
his real email is The Voice.
Yeah. But let me finish what I want to say. So
Go ahead.
you have to pay this fee monthly. Once you have your own house, apartment, flat, whatever. It doesn't matter if you have a TV, if you have a radio, because you have access about internet and whatever, you have to pay it. So and there's people who decide, you can kiss my ass, I don't pay. And we had an example from a guy 2 years ago. He got arrested because he didn't pay it for about 2 years, and they were pushing and pushing and pushing, and he had some money, but he said, I don't pay. And they arrested him for 7 months. And on the other side, we have a guilty refugee. It doesn't matter if it's a refugee, but in this case, it was a refugee who raped a 15-year-old girl a couple of years ago, got in jail for a year or a year and a half, got released, and did the same crime again with killing the other girl, and he's still here. And he's
Yeah.
still here, you know.
But now, Uwe, here's
There
the
you
thing.
see the judge, what it's fucked up. The
Yes.
justice is completely fucked up.
And I agree. But see, what I'm getting at then is it isn't, when it comes to government, as I said, justice is supposed to be blind, but when it comes to government making policy and influence of media and all that things, you can see it very blatantly now in society, how they're using media and government to influence people in ways they normally wouldn't be. And the only way you can literally stop it, Uwe, is to understand that it's happening. We can't change at this point in time anything quickly. And I agree with you 100% about what you're saying. But we're so far down the rabbit hole now that we aren't going to, a lot of people think like with what went on in the past 3 years was going to be over in a day. It won't be. The effects are going to be felt for the next decade, if not farther.
2 weeks to stop the spread.
Yeah, flatten the curve. Yeah, flatten the
Yeah,
curve.
that
But
was
it's
it. That was
not-
it. Yeah, let's flatten the curve. That was the name. Yes,
Yeah.
that's better.
It's
And
not
it's-
even the case only that this guy is still here. The next thing is that our government, our politicians, and our mainstream media defending this behaving from the judge that it's all right.
And Uwe,
That's even worse. That's even worse than the freaking crime itself, I think.
yes, but that's exactly what's going on is they're using governmental and legal systems to alter society. And it's also causing division in society. You want to rule over people? Divide them. Who are we fighting over right now? Who are we talking about? Criminals, things like that, instead of focusing on people that made the policies.
In BC, it's a hard one because here in British Columbia, we had Dr. Bonnie Henry, and anybody that's in chat or anybody that knows British Columbia in general. I remember early on, there was this talk of digital passports and digital IDs. And she's like, no, absolutely not. That is not something that's going to happen here. This is not something, you're going to be forced to, have. Anyway, it happened. And it's funny because the daily briefings with our BC health doctor, Dr. Bonnie Henry, it changed night and day. It was almost just a flip. And then all of a sudden she was completely like, no, that's never going to happen. That's not going to happen. That's not going to happen. And then all of a sudden it's happening. It's happening. Is that, hey, this is what you got to do. And she was right for it. And that's a shame because Bonnie Henry, you know, a lot of people loved her, you know, in the beginning of the pandemic. And then it just flipped. You flipped the switch. She flipped the switch. And it was completely everything not what she had said was going to, what was going to happen.
Yeah, but that's not unusual for politicians.
It's not her fault, though. She wasn't a politician. She was one of the health people, one of
But
the top.
she still, her livelihood depends upon the government, correct?
Yep. And I know, and I respect that.
But that's not the same thing as a politician, though. A politician, I don't know, man. It's a little different.
Yeah, but in the
Yep.
same token, it comes down to integrity.
Yeah.
Is your integrity worth a job? She would have had more of effect if she'd have stepped down and said the reasons why publicly.
Yeah.
That's fair.
Hold
No,
on.
that's a fair criticism. I can't refute that. So
That's what we've lost in society. And I'll say this from a man's standpoint. We lost our fucking balls.
well, I don't know, man. There's maybe it seems wrong for me to say it this way, but femininity handles situations one way and masculinity handles it another. And over the years, we have become a very feminine society as far as government, anyway. The laws, the way we handle everything, we've become very feminine, and it's not to our advantage at all.
No. Coddling is made for children, not
Yeah.
for adults.
Yeah.
You're supposed to be responsible when you're adult. You're not supposed to be coddled by any.
You're not supposed to get a participation award when you're an adult.
Correct. And that becomes a problem. There's so many aspects because it's easy to slide both directions. Our problem is any advantage that's able to be taken will be taken by a government. You know, it's like somebody said here, if you're going to murder people, that's Sam Squatch. If you're going to murder people, why should they be housed and fed? And on the surface, I'll agree with that. But here's the problem. When you give the state the ability to execute people, who dictates the criteria? It becomes the state dictating it. And that's a very dangerous situation. Not that I don't agree with the sentiment. I certainly do. In my opinion, you hurt a child, you rape a child, you murder somebody, take them out back, spend 22 cents and be done with it.
Yeah, see, that's a whole different topic. And yeah,
But no.
It's not completely a different topic, but
what
I
I'm
understand that
getting
it's a little different, but it's not a completely different topic.
It's what I'm getting at, though.
You don't touch a child. I mean, that's not.
Yeah, but see, here's the point I'm making, Rob.
Okay.
Is no matter whether you agree with that or not, becomes indifferent. It's when the power of a government is given that over people. They dictate the criteria then. And you can look at Germany in the 1930s and 40s. Come on. What happens when the government gets too much power? And everybody say, well,
Yep.
politicians said it was great and it was justified. Look what happened.
Well, I mean, yeah, no, for sure. As far as like, touching children and stuff, I mean, where did that even come from? There's
what I'm getting across
there's
is
never a time for that.
no, there's not.
Never.
But the point, hold on, you're missing. I'm not talking about the
I'm
what.
not even sure where the kids got brought.
Yeah,
in.
okay, yeah. There should be you should bring up why that's even being brought up in the first place as far as children.
Because that's not even part of the
But
conversation.
hold on. What I'm getting at is the person who just did what they did in Nashville. They did.
I heard about Nashville.
Okay.
Yeah.
My daughter lives in Nashville, and that morning I didn't know where they went to preschool. I was scared to fucking death.
Okay.
Now, whether or not you agree with the ultimate end to a criminal doesn't matter. It's the fact that you don't give the state that power. because then they can dictate any reason they want for it.
Hmm.
That's how that come in there. That's what the subject's about, Rob. I hope it clears it up for you.
Yeah, it does in a certain sense. Yes.
In one sense.
It doesn't matter the crime. That's not the relevant part. The relevant part is, as much as I agree with the sentiment that they were saying, why should we feed and house a person like that for the rest of their lives? Okay, well, should we? Probably not, and I agree with that. But the problem is, you can't give the state that power. And that's what the whole point of this is. No matter what the crime is, no matter whether it doesn't matter if it's crime, it doesn't matter if it's AI, it doesn't matter if it's guns, it doesn't matter if it's social issues.
You know what? You know what, Robert? You would lose your mind being in Canada, being legal in Canada, with what they're trying to pass and what they're trying to push and what they are pushing overnight. You know, there's supposed to be a vote. There's supposed to be a, you know, it's supposed to go to Senate, supposed to go to the House, blah, blah, blah. All of a sudden, Trudeau is like, you know what? We're going to overwrite that. Yeah, you know what? We're closing Parliament on Monday, and this went through, and it's done. That shit's happening in Canada. It happened back during the convoy, and you know, at least the state still has, you know, individual states trying to fight, you know, certain things, but
that's the problem.
That's a problem.
What you're talking about, Rob, should have not come to pass if people were paying attention.
We're learning that there's no control.
But they're supposed to have been. Many have rescinded that through apathy. I mean, me and Uwe started this whole conversation out with what was going on in France.
James,
Wait. I need context. What do you mean by there's no control? What do you mean by that?
You want to answer? Or?
No. He's asking you.
Yeah, there's no control.
Well, I'm asking anyone.
Yeah, no, Trudeau, you know, there's things that are supposed to go through the House, through the Senate. They're supposed to be passed. They're supposed to be voted on. And Trudeau has actually, like, canceled it out. And partially because of the Emergency Act has been able to just pass things. And
I know what you're talking about.
And that's how it goes. It's like, you know, this is the way. This is it.
And that's exactly what happened in France. That Macron got over the parliament. Yep. He got over the parliament and just declared the law as effect. That's it. He didn't even ask the parliament.
So back when
and believe it or not, the same shit happened here. It's not called Emergency Act. It was infection security law, whatever. When the
whatever they made up
and all that bullshit. Yeah, and then that gives them the right to take off your rights when you get born. They take off. You are just even allowed to breathe, and you can be lucky that you don't pay for that yet.
Not yet.
But that's the only thing you
no paying for oxygen yet, right?
Yeah, not yet, but it's not far. It's not far out, Kizo.
We laugh, we joke, but I hope
it's not far away.
Did you ever think you'd pay for water in a bottle?
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah. I just think of like individual carbon tax next, right? I mean, like as far as yeah. So it's not that far off. You're right.
Kiz, you're in the States, right?
Yes.
Okay. Look up Canada's carbon taxes. We're about to get our asses kicked on carbon tax.
For individual living for individuals?
Gas is just about to go up. It's actually started going up today, or at least
April 1st.
I don't know if it's all of Canada or what, but I know it's going up. It went from 179 179.9 per liter. In the States, you get gallons. There's 4 liters.
Yeah. But what is it about to change to?
189 is already being reported.
Okay.
But
You know what? Here we have carbon tax on fuel, on heating oil, on heating gas, on power supply.
Oh,
There's
let's
carbon
talk about
tax.
power. I mean, in BC,
So
2 months, we just paid off a $700 hydro bill. Hydro is electricity to people in the States, whatever. Hydro is your electric bill. It's your, power. It's whatever, your whatever.
I know that we all
$700
sitting in the
for
same
2
boat.
months.
We
And
all
I have
sitting in the
another
same
one
boat.
that's due for $680.
well, but go ahead, Uwe.
We're all sitting in the same boat, and we're all getting screwed up by our government. But believe me once, and that's not a bullshit, and that's not me bringing me up here for whatever. The Germans had the highest taxing of all countries for years. It doesn't matter if it's income tax, fuel tax, whatever. We have 5 different taxes on our fuel, 5 different ones. And the tax without fuel, the price without tax for the fuel would be around about 55 cents, 60 cents euro.
Yeah.
But we pay about 180 for our fuel for a liter, which is about whatever,
Yeah.
680 or 660 for a freaking gallon.
Yeah. But what that boils
So,
down to,
on top, it comes now that they shut down our last 3 nuclear power plants in 14 days. They shut them down. So we have no nuclear power plants then anymore. But we buy power from France, Belgium, Czech Republic, Poland, which all have nuclear power plants. And now get this. The European Parliament declared last year that nuclear power plants are carbon free, or not carbon free, but they
carbon
are
neutral.
neutral. So they support other European countries, or all European countries
I'm listening.
in the Union.
I'll be right back.
They support them to
Still
build new power plants, nuclear power plants. So we are the main payer in the European Union. So we pay with our tax building new nuclear power plants in France, Belgium, Poland, Czech Republic, whatever, and buying their power for more money than we would have producing ours, and we shut ours all down.
Yeah.
So in general, we have 2%. Germany has 2% of the carbon emission in the world. 2%. And we are just a little point on the freaking map. On an overview, you don't even see us if you don't zoom in. But we gonna save the world with our 2 freaking percent carbon. Yes,
Well, but
that's what the fact is.
that's the thing, Uwe. And this is the part I think people are missing. They're going to, when they talk about, and I hate to bandy this about, but you remember that thing with the WF, you'll own nothing and be happy? It's like
Yeah.
electric vehicles. They don't expect everybody to own an electric vehicle because they won't be able to afford it.
Exactly.
So what they're doing is they're pricing people out through the guise of social good. And the problem is
Yep.
people are too dumb to question what's going on. But we are seeing that in France now. That's why I said, we all know they think it's over. Like you said, a lot of people think it's over just the raise in retirement. No, it's not. It's about how they did it. And it's the same thing they're doing in Canada through the whole Emergencies Act. We'll take in, we don't have to have a vote. We don't have to have the people's representation. We don't have to have their permission. We're just going to ram through whatever the hell we want.
Yeah.
That is exactly what's playing out. in every country in the Western, well, every country on the planet. They're all doing the same shit.
Yeah, it's dictation, it's Maoism, it's fascism, it's all included.
Yeah,
Everything in once.
but they're using social issues between different cultures and different ideas to distract people.
Yeah.
Whether it's ideas that most people wouldn't think twice about. But
you
they'll
know,
use that as to say, well, the Americans, they hang on to their guns and do us. Now, I can't tell you how many times I've heard that. But in this,
when they come to the point that there is no emission vehicles anymore, or let's say very less, and it's just electrical, and they have just the selected people who can afford an electric car, they don't even need a 15-minute city because everything is a 15-minute village or city anyway.
correct.
You can have a bicycle, whatever. If you're lucky, you have a bicycle with an electric motor, but that's all you could have. And even if you live in the pampa like you do, and you are screwed because you can't have a freaking petrol or diesel car anymore, and you have an electric car, and you get minus 30 degrees in winters, and you can reach probably out of 300 miles, you can reach 100 miles. So you are fucked.
Yeah.
How far you can go,
Yeah, here he says they're getting a service tax rebate this week. Make the sheep happy, believing the government has their back. Yeah, exactly. Distract.
Oh, good.
Yeah,
One second.
Rob is just
My
hungry.
wife is here and my dogs are going ape shit. So I'll be off for a minute. Be here, but I'll be off for a second.
All right. Hey, Paula, by the way.
Hi, Paula.
She hasn't walked in the door yet.
But the dogs have hit her.
Oh, damn it.
Well, they hear her when she's still 2 miles away, man. So
No, she pulled in the driveway and they're all having a cow because, they're dogs. But, and this is what I was getting back to earlier there, Rob. It's the same thing.
What?
It's distracting people with ideas
Well, of
that
course
they
it
think
is.
are noble.
Yeah.
And you get a certain part of the population that goes along because they think it's it's going to save the world. It's going to save this. Or humanity should think like
Yeah,
this.
I know,
Everybody should be
I
like
know.
this.
Yeah.
And it's not. It's all BS. It's one more. And as I said, most people right now will beg for their own chains. They literally are. It's just.
Well, there's also idiots out there that are going to want better change. It's like oh well, if I'm going to be chained up, is there a better version?
Yeah.
Can I sign up for the thicker chains?
it starts. What Timber is saying there. That's right. It's not only on the electric. They're starting with these smart meters now for gas, for electric, And I've shown Robert a picture I got on Telegram the other week with freaking barbecue grills with the freaking Wi-Fi and giving information about the carbon, the CO2 you spread in the air while you are grilling your freaking meat and stuff. It's it's coming to an insanity.
As a
believe it
good
or not,
example, just in our city, I went downtown and hung out with our with our freedom fighters. Every Saturday downtown. I didn't go live tonight. Just went down and hung out with Timber Traveler, who is actually in here as Think Right, but everybody knows who Timber Traveler is. Think Right, who you see in chat, that's Timber Traveler. Sorry, Timber, but yeah, shouting you out. Went down, and the parking spot that I had found, you're supposed to pay for. I spent the $6, and it says I'm good until like 4 p.m. tomorrow, the next day. It's a stupid, it's kind of a stupid analogy, as far as what we're all talking about. But there's nothing on the sign that says, hey, on Saturday, this particular parking space is free. You don't have to pay for parking on Saturday. You stick the money in, you get the receipt, and it's like, oh, you're good until 6 p.m. the next day.
It's here the same.
Pissed me
Usually
off.
it's here only free on bank holidays or Sundays. All the other days are usually you have to pay. But there's another thing.
Yeah.
Most of the parking spots you come to, you can't even pay because you say, I'm just gonna jump in the pharmacy and pick up my medicine. I don't need more than 15 minutes. You can't pay 20 cents to go there 15 minutes. No, you have to pay $1 or 50 cents to have a freaking hour, or maybe some places even you have to spend $3 or €3
No.
for 3 hours because it's the minimum you can book, and that's another fucking scam. You stay there for 10 minutes and the next one comes and pays another €3 for another 15-20 minutes he's staying there.
Yeah.
That's absolute ridiculous.
That's awful. No, that's bullshit.
Yeah, all this stuff what's going on, that's the thing that most people don't realize. Now we have a new law coming up here that from next year on, you are basically not allowed to install in your house a gas or an oil heater if it's not 65% natural energy. So that means you have to have solar panels or a windmill or whatever to have this ability to build that. Otherwise, you have to build an electric inverter pump. But not all houses have the installation and have the possibility to install that stuff.
Hey, Uwe,
And you have to-
I'm going to cut you off for
Yeah.
1 second there. Clockwork Rex, did you, Robert, did you notice that comment?
Where?
Yes, the link is pinned in the
See,
in the bottom.
I don't know Restream. I don't see any link pinned. I don't see anything. I don't know.
No. It's in
Yeah,
the
it is.
YouTube chat. It's pinned at the top of the YouTube chat.
Yeah, it's pinned on the top.
Okay, it's pinned. It
Yeah.
It is pinned. Okay, so Clockwork Rex was wanting to pop up.
So it will come
Cheers!
to the point now.
There's your
Yep, I'm
face.
It will
back.
come to
Hey.
the point. It will come. It
What's
will
up,
come to the
Kiz?
point now
Hey, not too
that
much.
people have
Just
to
hanging out.
review.
Everybody's
People
got
have to
their cameras
review
off.
their heater,
Like,
but they can't afford it.
Mine will stay off. Thank you.
I was trying to figure out before I came back. I was trying to figure out how to change my avatar icon to something else, and I couldn't figure it out.
Yeah, go to the 3 dots beside your name. On the
No,
left-hand side.
you gotta go all the way over, where on your Restream, you gotta go all the way over there.
3 dots, left-hand side. Click on it, and it'll say change avatar.
I was trying to change it on my picture. I was trying to change it all down here. No, you gotta go way the hell over there.
Rob, come on now. A pencil confuses you, guy.
Restream sucks.
Yeah, it does. But honestly, Rob, it would be easier with 10 beer less. It would be easier to change the avatar.
Nah, whatever. I'm here.
There we go. I got it changed now, so that's good.
Just kidding.
I
man.
got
Yeah,
my
I would have
flopper,
expected
Robert.
it to be under the settings in the main part, but no, you got to go to on the left side. So
You gotta go
Yeah.
way the fuck over
Yeah.
there.
Yeah, Restream is not my
Yeah,
favorite
Restream
either.
sucks,
but
but I'm only here because I got my
it may not
flopper,
be that
Robert.
great, but at least it's free. So
Yes.
Yeah, but only 20 hours.
No, that's
I don't know.
StreamYards. Restream's free for however long you use it.
And StreamYard is
Oh,
still
okay.
free. You get stuck with the duck in the corner. but it's the recording. You get 20 hours of recording.
Now with Restream, you have to support Ukraine, right?
Yeah.
No, I don't.
No,
The colors. Look at the
it's
colors.
Yeah.
Oh, colors. Oh, with Restream.
Yeah.
All right, no
Yeah,
comment.
there's a lot of politics being slid into a lot of things. But
I don't think Restream even allows you to have just a plain like black backdrop. You have to. I think what they've got you is the most generic you can have, isn't it?
yeah, I think I could make one and upload it, but yeah, this works fine.
Okay.
There's Rex.
How you doing, Rex?
Yeah, I
Rex!
wasn't sure it was going to work on my tablet, so I adjusted some shit. Apparently, it's
Glad it worked.
Yeah, you're here, so it worked.
Am I coming in too hot?
No,
No,
you're
you
fine.
sound
No, it's all
fine.
good.
Okay, cool.
All good.
No, you don't have a picture up at all, so you're not hot at all. No problem.
Oh,
Just
off
the
my
three
job.
of us are hot.
Hot or not?
Well, I mean, you got three of us that are up. Like
should
James said.
We should be on the top and everyone on the bottom.
Yeah. The three of us that actually have pictures up, we got three hot. We got three that are not.
Okay.
But we have to be careful.
All
'cause
right.
Someone is hosting us, so we might get booted out.
But anyways,
Moving along.
the everything we've talked about tonight, or this morning, I should say. And this is where I think Rob got a little confused earlier about what I was saying. It all ties together. Everything that's going on now with you guys going on in Canada is the same thing that's going on in France, which is the same thing they're trying to put through here with the Restrict Act, and the same thing they're trying to do in the European Union. It's they want to be able to mandate and not have democratically voted upon societal things. Now, granted, there's law and common law and common sense,
Yeah.
but we no longer have that any longer. That's something that Gazoom was talking about how government is using progressive ideas to bootstrap our justice system. And it doesn't work. It never will work. But we can't say that's not without design. It's just like stopping AI or removing people's rights to be able to defend themselves or even speak or talk about a certain subject or God forbid you call someone the wrong fucking pronoun.
You're denying their existence, everybody. Look out.
That's the hard one these days. I mean, I am worried, sometimes, and I'm very open to many things, and but one of the biggest comments that I always say, I'll pop into a group of people. Hey guys, what's happening? It's everybody, everybody's in the group. It could be 20 people. Hey guys, what's happening? I believe that actual comment, hey guys, what's going on? Am I wrong?
Yeah, there are people that are considering just saying "Hey guys" is sexist and transphobic and is a whole list of things that are terrible. Yo, you're terrible for saying that. Yeah, it's ridiculous.
I don't think anything by it. I never
Yeah,
have.
Kizum, you're right. You're right. And that's what they're trying to force to everybody.
That's a micro.
This fucking gender
And
language.
I've had a couple friends that have said, like I know you, Rob, I know you, and I know that you've always said. I mean, I'm 6 years old. I'm going to be 47. All my life, I've been, I walk into a room of people, or lately, with YouTube, I go into a room of people, virtually. Hey guys, how's everybody doing? Much loves everybody. Hey guys, what's up? everybody is hey guys. You know, you could be girl, you could be guy, you could be trans, you could be, you know, gay, you can be, I don't give a shit. Everybody is hey guys. That's
a
apparently
microaggression.
wrong. It's wrong now. From what I'm hearing, I still do it.
Yeah, it is. It
I
is
still do
political
it.
incorrect. Let's say it's that
But I
way.
love
It's
it.
political
But I love
incorrect.
everybody. If I say hey guys, I love you. I love you. I love you. I love you. You.
Yep.
You know what? You know what? It's not allowed to say or to play cowboy and Indian anymore because it's racism. But it's allowed to eat a fucking hamburger, which is a freaking city in Germany. Are you kidding me?
Fuck.
You know? Yeah. I mean, come on. Am I wrong or not?
Well, think about it this way, though. Look at history 100 years from now, looking back. They're not even going to understand some of the conversations we have because we've had to use analogies. We've had to change
Yeah, I know.
words to describe things, all kinds of stuff. Now, just think throughout history if the same thing played out. How effed up would be the actual idea of history?
Yeah.
So,
Well, I mean, you've got
Going
a
on.
point. Just
Not only
it's
changes
2023. It's 2023 right now. Think about how things were in 1923.
Just
Mind
think.
blown. Mind
Well,
blown.
you know, that's you know, I mean, 1923, 2023, you know. I just
Lot of
want
difference.
everybody to know, anybody that ever hears me say, hey guys, good to see you, and I love you guys, know that I love, you know, it is what it is.
Rob, if you're going to address me, I expect you use me as old great hairy one.
No. If
Yes,
I said
yes.
if I said, hey guys, I didn't say hey bitch.
Keep thinking.
Hey bitch.
Hey, bitch, that means you're talking to me, right, Rob?
Oh,
Hey, Paula, how you doing?
Good
Yeah,
morning,
you have to watch.
guys.
holy shit. Hi Paula. And
Now it's time to behave, Rob. Otherwise, you get
well,
problems,
no,
man.
I will not behave. You know, I would absolutely say, hey, beautiful, if I know I'm talking to Paula. If I'm talking to Robert, it's hey bitch.
And it should be asshole.
Holy crap.
Well, he's got the same name as me, Paula.
All
It's
right.
hard.
Rob, do you
Because
know what bitch means?
it's a female dog.
Yes. So you got to be careful on that.
So that means Rob should be calling me stud then.
Or Sasquatch. I actually just call him Aquaman. That's all I know.
Sasquatch, or what the Aussies say, Yori. So you
He's
never know.
trying to pull off this, you know, the Sasquatch, you know, persona, you know, and I've talked to Paula too. She's lovely. She found the Sasquatch. She's got Bigfoot.
And I try and keep them on a chain as much as possible, but, you know, I got to leave the house once in a while.
Yeah. And I don't blame you. I mean, if I lived with Robert, I'd have to leave the house once in a while as well.
Oh man.
I gotta get the hell out of here. Jesus.
I love you guys.
Well, but
Keep digging that hole, man. Keep digging that hole.
Oh yeah.
Oh yeah.
And here's the thing, though. There's no reason in the world why you look at the cross section of society we have here, and little less than 3 months ago, we wouldn't have been able to have the conversation we're even having now, and we still have to watch what we're saying on some things.
Oh, I know. Yeah,
It's ridiculous.
that's messed up. Yeah.
And as I said, what's the future going to think of the past when they don't even understand what the hell we're talking about? Because we did have to do this. We did have to use analogies. We did have to use, calling a certain something Kool-Aid or the magic potion or things like that. Imagine how screwed up history would be if you read a history book and it was written in the way we had to do in the past 3 years.
Oh my.
Oh, sure.
Yeah, when school kids have to read it.
Yeah, exactly.
Oh,
Honestly, I'm really happy that I'm not here anymore in 50 or 100 years when they talk about the past.
Don't bet on
Holy
that, Uwe.
They're gonna put your brain in a jar.
I do bet on that. That I'm not here in 50 years anymore. I bet on that. What you want to take? How much you want to take that I'm not here anymore? So I'm 54, almost 55. In 100 years, I will be not here anymore. Trust me. I'm not that healthy that I can survive that. No way.
Oh, I'll be 50 next month, and the amount of shit that I've seen change, just in my lifetime, boggles my mind. Seriously.
And as Kazum said earlier, the next 10 years are going to be interesting, to put it lightly.
Yeah.
Everything from technology to government to social issues are going through radical changes right now. Where we come out on the other side, we don't know yet. We can only hope that common sense can prevail, because right now they're catering to the craziest in society and the authoritarians. So, and it doesn't matter what your political ideology is. If you can't see that, then you're blinded to the own world you live around.
Oh, there's a lot of blinded people out there, let me tell you.
Oh, I agree with you, Kazum. Absolutely.
Because they
As I
only
said-
watch what's on TV only.
There are so many people that are living in a virtue signaling reality where I don't know where how things should be is how people define reality versus how things actually are. They just don't want to look at how things actually are. They just don't want to, and you don't, and there's no way to really describe to these people, hey, you're looking at a virtue signaling version of this stuff. Can you look at reality for a moment? And there's no way to, there's nothing you can do to get them to see it.
Oh, I actually got into an argument with somebody online in a panel about, yeah, that's the way you would like things to be, but that's not actually the way things are. But he says, well, things should be the way I want them to be. No, they don't. Reality does not conform to you. You conform to reality.
I mean, then there's also the other side where some people will look at everything in terms of how racist it is through a lens of intersectionality and through all this stuff. And it's just like everything is stacked against you. If you're this demographic, you are a victim no matter what. And it's just like, no, that's not how things are either. There's somewhere in between there, I mean, yeah, any sort of system that we have of any kind, because in order to have a society, you have to have systems. There's going to be oppressive elements to those systems, but you can't. We can reduce the negative effects of those elements as much as we can, but if you just try to dismantle the systems that make up society altogether, you're just going to have destruction. And they don't realize that. They don't realize that they're just trying to their actual goal, even though they don't realize this is the goal, their actual goal is to just destroy. And it's just strange.
Yeah. And
you can't get any of them to realize this. It's just so it's just a random crapshoot as to whether or not something you say will make them realize it.
Yeah, I hate, what you're saying is very, very true for the most part. Everybody is in the mode to hate whatever's going on. It's like, okay, here's somebody doing a channel. or I'm using YouTube as an example. Here's a channel. This person's running a channel, and they're like, oh, let's use this. This is a problem. I hate what this person's doing. I hate that. I hate, and that whole channel, that whole stream is, I hate what this person's doing. They're focusing on completely this. You got racism as well. You've got multiple things, you've got multiple subjects. I watch it. I've got so many people that I actually am following, and I've given support to, and it's not just the racism. It's not about a race. It's not about a gender. It's not about anything. Everybody is finding something to have a problem with.
I think the main issue is that there is not.
Well, I mean, no. I think
sides
Vic was
anymore.
continuing to say something, but I
I was. It's okay though. I've been having drinks. It's Saturday. It's fine. I can be cut off.
Huey's German. I mean, he's German, so you just got to get past that.
It's-
yeah.
There's
The main
only
thing is,
one opinion
I think
left.
real quick. All right, yeah, I will finish the one thing. Everybody can find a problem to have with somebody, and everybody is having a stream about a problem that they have with somebody. If that makes any sense, it might be too. That might be too blatant. I don't know, but it's like I've got a problem with this person being gay, or I've got a problem with this person being, left, or I've got a problem with this person being right, or I've got a problem with this person being, everything, all of it. They're all out there. White, black, Chinese person. Yeah, everybody's got a problem with somebody being something. Stop.
Yeah, but Rob,
What?
we aren't the ones engaging that.
Well, no, but it's our friends that are.
yeah, but how do we get out? How do we get people that are engaging in that sort of thing to stop engaging in that sort of thing? How do we get them to see, hey, we're all humans? How do you get people to see that?
You can't.
Right?
That's the problem. Okay, hold on. It boils down to this. We have a certain subsect of society
Jesus.
that literally believes that reality revolves around them, and that society should conform to their ideas and ideals. And it doesn't. You learn that as a child, that the world doesn't revolve around you. So they're no more than children when it comes to that aspect.
Well, I mean, not everyone learns that, though. And some people get taught that, I mean, it's especially damaging when people get taught that virtue signaling thing that you have in your head is reality.
That's the problem. We've allowed these types of things to happen.
Yeah.
And governments and those who wish to control have perpetuated that. That's obvious to anybody that's paying attention.
I'm scared of what's going to happen when the people who have been taught that way from an early age are actually making decisions in the government. What is going to happen to us at that point?
Let's
Are
just
they
hope
not
it don't
doing
come to
already
that.
this decision?
And that's, Kiz, that's actually fair. I mean, that's a fair statement.
What do you mean that they're almost in government? We have a general in the army that comes out with lipsticks and a dress and claims he's a woman.
Yes, but we're seeing the beginnings of this. But what happens when it's the standard?
Is it really that far off? To tell you the truth, we're already seeing the repercussions of that and what it's doing to society as it is.
True.
I
don't know.
If they're
I
doing
think
their
there's
job.
something.
If
I
they're doing
think.
it- Oh, sorry. Go.
I would just say I think there's going to be a major cultural shift over the next few years, 2 or 3 years. That's going to get us out of a lot of this stuff. And I think a lot of it's going to come through probably having a Republican, another Republican presidential candidate, someone as president Because I don't think we're going to have Biden again. I can't even envision us having Biden again. But if we either have DeSantis or Trump as president, I think a lot of this stuff is going to shift. I mean, we were probably going to have a shift if what was supposed to happen today didn't get canceled. If there was supposed to be a trans day of not retribution. What is the word?
I know what you're talking about.
Yeah,
I know what
yeah.
you're talking about.
If that would have actually happened today, that would have been the trans version of like what happened in the night before Charlottesville incident. The what is that called?
That shit was horrible.
The day of it would if this would have happened as it would have been worded, it would have been a massive trans violent situation. It would have been violence on both sides, and it would have changed people's opinions about trans issues. But now we're gonna have to wait a while before it comes to that because we already had the shooting. So
yeah, Doc Sam Squatch, said the founding fathers all wore heels and wigs. Nothing new.
Yeah, it's true.
I mean,
but
I got to say one thing to this.
There was a reasoning difference. Go ahead, Uwe.
Let me say one thing. Even if any Republican president comes up, okay, fine. And it will change some stuff, but it will change the general problems we are fighting. Okay, they maybe say, okay, this transgender shit, no. But first of all, that will not affect the whole world. It will affect the US mostly, but it doesn't bring us to the solution to change all the problems. It's not only the US and Canada. We said it several times. We are all in the same boat. We're all getting screwed over. Everybody. And if the US gets a new president who is maybe saying, okay, this bullshit we don't go along with, that doesn't help the world. No, it doesn't. So the problems has to get fixed on a different way.
Yeah, but
way higher.
Uwe,
Way higher than the puppets in the office.
yeah, but it has to start somewhere, Uwe. And I want to address something that Kazum said, that if that would have happened, the world would be a different place tomorrow. Because what would have happened would have spread across this country like wildfire.
Not just across this country, it would have spread across Western civilization.
Yes, it would have. And it's a sad thing to think that we're in that type of a situation to where good people have to censor what they're saying, have to conform to ideologies that are not conducive to society or social.
420 timber.
It's
carry on.
We aren't that far from that precipice, whether it happens or not.
Yeah. Whether it happened from an actual particular incident or not, we're still these narratives are still going on in society. They're still being talked about. They're still being hypothesized. They're still. Yeah, I mean, maybe it doesn't matter if mainstream MSNBC, CNN is talking about it or not.
Correct. And, I hate to say this, but there is going to be, at some point, there will be, I'll use the word paradigm shift. It isn't the word I'd like to use, but all things considered, I think you know why. Once that happens, and this is why I tell people, it's going to be the tiniest of sparks that you'd never suspect. And I've been in places where I've seen the whole thing change overnight. Ask a Venezuelan how quickly things go sideways. Now, whether we wait for that point, I don't know. I have no clue. I can't predict that in society. Individual thoughts, individual beliefs, everybody has a level. It's like Rob, he's like, and I'm going to tell you something, Rob, when you're sober, I want you to read my community post.
Well, tell me what it is now. I'm not like,
No. I want you to read it with a clear mind.
I don't ever have a clear mind, but I'll give it a shot.
But it is something that I think needs to be said to a lot of people. The whole idea of go along to get along isn't going to fly anymore. It just isn't. When you start affecting people's individual rights because of your ideologies or beliefs, which is what this country was founded upon, so it didn't happen. Your rights end where mine begin.
Yeah.
We don't have to agree on anything else but that.
Oh, hang on.
And that's the problem that we've lost in this country.
What the hell?
Is people believe that they should be able to enforce that upon other people.
I find it annoying how many people think that they have the right to tell people how they are allowed to think of them. Like people want to dictate how other people think of them. It's just like,
Correct.
that's not a right you have at all, period.
No.
I mean, at all. I mean, you have the right to say that you should be treated decently as a human being, sure, or that businesses shouldn't be able to discriminate against you because of something that's immutable for whatever reason, right? But to demand how other people think of you? No, you do not have that right. Period. And there's people that are dead set on trying to demand how other people think of them, and that's very religious in nature. I mean,
Yeah, well,
that's like what a lot of religious people have used to think, that you have to think of things this particular way, and it's like, no, religion doesn't have the right to do that, and neither does anything else.
Yes, correct. And that's what's happened. We've lost that in society. As I said, the only thing we have to agree upon is that your rights end where mine start and mine end where yours start.
Yep.
And that's the common denominator that we've lost across society. All of a sudden, it's issues about things that shouldn't be issues.
All right. Is this which stream? Which post?
The very first one at the top.
Yeah. Where has fill in the blank? Anyone know?
Yeah, below that, there's the real post.
That's the one.
Yeah.
Okay, that's way too.
Yeah, as I said, read that when you're not
Yep.
drinking there.
No,
Rob.
fair enough. Robert knows me. I've
That's
been
almost
reading
that
it.
is a guy that come on. Hey, Rob.
Finally, somebody who knows.
Hey, Rob.
I looked at it. I'm like, it's too deep for me tonight. No problem.
I had a guy come on panel and literally, out of nowhere, hadn't listened to the conversation or nothing, and asked for the too long didn't read of the conversation, and he ended up turning into being a racist asshole. But that's the problem, Rob, is people are distracted by things, and if it isn't the 130 word short definition of something, they don't want to approach it. And that's a real problem, because what we have going on in society can't fit in 130 words.
Yeah. No, agreed. Yep, absolutely agreed. And and I could go handle your post, or little post, big post. And I know, but I would have to sit there and read it twice, possibly 3 times at this point, and then be able to make a, I love people to be good people, and that's something that's huge for me, and it's also huge for Miss T. That is something don't be an asshole. Fuck, I don't give a rat's ass, and neither does Mrs. T. We don't care what your personal life is and what
But see, Rob, sometimes
we
you have
love
to be an asshole.
we love people. No. What'd you say?
Sometimes you have to be an asshole.
I mean, there's
okay. Sometimes you have to be an asshole. Yeah, I know. So you got to be an asshole to kick out, certain people. But nah,
there's it gets me thinking about how okay, there should be standards and norms and roles for different people in society, but and I don't think I don't think those things should be demonized. At the same time, people should also be allowed to live their lives outside those roles. But there are so many people as of the past 5 or so years that are saying that having roles at all are bad, having standards at all are bad. And if you define yourself as being American, well, you're just a fascist. It's just like, no, that's not.
I'm an American.
That's just nuts. Yeah, I'm American. Yeah,
now you're a fascist. Yeah,
it's
I'm
crazy.
Not saying I'm an American. I'm not saying, but I'm with what you're saying. Yeah,
I think we are all here German, Canadian, American, and I think nobody of us is living in a real democracy.
You know what? Nobody's
to be
yelling,
honest.
and Kiz, and Uwe. Nobody's overly screaming out, "Hey, I'm a human." We're human. Wow.
Yes.
Wow. I mean, I know it's boring. That's boring.
But one
What,
thing I'd
what
like
a
to-
boring
like to point out-
statement. What a boring
One
thing
thing I
to
wanna-
say. Wow, I'm a human. Hey, Kiz, say it.
I'm a human. Yes.
Wow, that's boring. Shit. James. What are you? Well, what are you,
Who said?
James? SKCA, James. What are you?
Human.
Well, that's boring.
But I treat people with respect, and they should do the same in return.
Yeah, you're going overboard. Yeah, whatever. You're a human.
No, that's something I'd like to point out that what Kazum said is when they want to do those things, what they're really doing is the destruction of what we call society. Certain
Well,
order,
yeah, yeah.
certain things, and they don't want that.
I mean, they don't seem to realize that that if you destroy the systems that make up society, you've destroyed society. They don't seem to realize that, and they don't seem to think that. Well, the majority of society needs something to strive for. You can't just take everything away and then society will just kind of formulate something magically. That's not how it works.
Well, and here's the thing that I'd like to point out, but what Rob's saying, and not to poo-poo on your idea because it is a good idea. The problem is you're trying to use the lowest common denominator to define people, and we don't live in that world. We really don't. If we boil it down to that, you would actually be handing what they're doing to them on a platter. You're just a human. I've heard that before.
Chaplain Jethro.
Yeah. We don't want to boil everyone down to their lowest common denominator. That's true.
Yes.
No,
That leaves out the fact that you can be different. That's fine. That's not a problem.
Yeah.
But you have to realize that your differences don't dictate other people.
Yes.
Oh, I love that.
You
I
know-
love that.
You know what one big difference is between your countries and mine?
Okay,
You know what one big difference is?
I'm back.
If I call myself a proud German, I'm automatically a Nazi for 80% of the fucking world.
Yep.
Even in my own country.
Yep. Welcome to propaganda.
That's the difference. You can call yourself a proud Canadian, proud American, proud France, proud English. If I do that, I'm a Nazi, man. Even I'm born freaking 35 years after all this shit. I'm a Nazi. If I'm saying I'm proud
Well,
German, I'm a Nazi.
Chaplain will
Aw,
understand
I
this.
hate
Welcome
that.
to playing
I
by.
hate
Thank-
that, Uwe.
Welcome to paying for the
Yeah, but
sins
it's
of your
the
fathers.
truth. It's the truth, Robert.
It is.
It's the truth.
It is. I said, welcome to the world of paying for the sins of your fathers. And that's wrong.
Yeah. Yeah.
You know, it's like
What if-
throughout history.
I mean, are you able to say, you know, I'm a proud human?
These days, I don't know.
I don't know anymore.
Yeah, I was going to say,
Yeah.
wait a minute. They're putting kitty litter
Human
boxes.
human is pretty open.
Come on. They're
Yes,
putting
but
kitty litter
if you look at what humans have done across the globe, across the centuries, we may not be necessarily looked at as a good thing. We've been the reason why a whole shitload of species have went extinct. So I mean, we're not really a good force if you look at us that way.
I got to agree with that, Kizu.
Damn it.
100%. Yep.
Rob's just trying to find a way to weasel that in there.
I'm trying. Look. I'm just trying to be, you know.
Well, but hold on, Rob. Rob, hold on. What you're trying to do,
It's
you're
just show we
doing-
got good people.
that's
Just
fine.
for people.
But you're still trying to reduce things to a lowest common denominator, and that doesn't work. It never has. It never will. It never will. You're not going to have a world of people going around holding hands singing Kumbaya.
Oh, damn it.
Yeah, no matter what the best version of ourselves
Hang on, hey,
of
kids,
humanity
kids,
is,
kids,
it's not
kids.
going to necessarily reflect humanity.
No,
No.
hang on, Kiz. He's being an asshole.
Yes.
Who?
Perhaps, but there's
Robert.
he's also
Robert
being a
is.
truth. He's being
He
a
doesn't
truthful.
want to sing
He's being a
Kumbaya,
truthful asshole, though.
and that's because he's a 7-foot Sasquatch, and he's just not giving in. Paula, you need to work with me here.
In the 37 years that I've known this man, I have never been able to change his mind on anything.
Yeah, well, you know what? That Sasquatch needs to pick up a guitar and sing some Kumbaya, you know, because fucking I'm not messing around here. He's
Trust
got
me,
the
Rob.
personality.
If it were that simple, I'd be all over it, guy.
It'd be all over.
You know, but as I said, when it comes to social issues,
Oh shit! What did I do?
You turned your head around. That fucked your brain up.
Oh no! I pulled up all kinds of shit up on the screen here, and
no, Chaplain, I
It's
didn't say
back,
you
I'm
would
back.
not understand. I said you would understand.
we
Is
don't-
that you can't expect somebody else to pay for the sins of their father. You would understand that. No, I didn't say you wouldn't. I said you would. You misheard me. You know, everything that we're talking about, we're all know and realize. It's no big secret. It's right in our faces. It's right in front of us. Now, as Rob says, can we choose to be good humans? Yeah, absolutely.
And I think there's a lot of options there. I mean, you know, people can choose to be. That's a hard one, you know. I can't remember the one. There's a really witty line out there, and yeah, I'll come back with that one. Carrie, move on. Actually, I'm gonna be right back. I don't have any drink. I'm sitting here listening to you guys, and I'm not having any drink, and I'll be right back.
Yeah,
Go get a
and I'll be
beer.
right back too. I need to do something real quick. I'll be right back.
All right, go right ahead, Kazum. No, Uwe, what you were saying earlier is welcome to the world of propaganda where, as I said, people are labeled as such just by the very nature of where they're from, and that's wrong.
Yeah.
We, unfortunately, have allowed that kind of rot to delve into society. How you doing, Swerton? Good to see you. You know, and these what bugs the shit out of me most is that I even have to hold these panels to talk about these things because they aren't talked about anymore, at least not openly. Yeah, I don't even know if I'm going to get dinged for this because of the things we're discussing. I might.
You know what? It's not even only it's no, it's not even only the fact that I had the feeling in Paris more than 30 years ago, feeling guilty for my fucking relatives. I didn't have the feeling when I was in the US, but it's if you see our politicians, how they act going to different countries. It doesn't matter if you have seen our economy minister in Saudi Arabia, almost on his knees, or if you have seen all Merkel and all the other clowns going to the US or whatever, like freaking puppets on the knees because of our history. Nobody freaking even has the balls to speak up for our country to say, oh, you know what? We are here. This is our country, and you are not telling me what we have to do. The only guy who did that was Schröder. When he said, I don't even know who was, I think it was Bush Senior, when they said, you know, we go in Iraq, or it was Bush Junior, I don't know, and he said, you know what? Go. We don't. That's it. He was the only president, the only leader of our government who had the balls to say no, not with us. This is not our war. Go on your own. We don't go.
And that's the thing, Uwe. There should not be a problem with somebody believing they should take care of their own front porch first, that's exactly what you're saying. Don't tell your neighbor how to take care of their yard until you take care of your own. And that's a huge problem.
Yeah.
It's a sad day now that we have when every little thing, whether it be words and how they're used, language, where you come from,
now, you know what? I mean, you know, it's a hard one. You know, I mean, I remember George W. Bush, and you know, I was living in Florida at the time, and when, you know, I know it's a hard topic to talk about, you know, but when, you know, the whole thing with the trade towers and, you know, all of that happened, I remember one of the things that, you know, was said, and I wasn't a huge fan of that guy, and you know, he was there, and somebody yelled out, you know, we can't hear you, and he says, but I can hear all of you.
Yeah, sure he can.
That was a big thing, you know, and that guy got a little bit of respect, you know, George W.
Yeah, well,
I don't know how much you know about our history. I guess you don't.
Well, I know quite a bit, and I don't want to talk about a whole lot of what.
But I'm going to tell you something about the current situation. We don't have a constitution like you have in Canada or the US or Australia. We have something similar, but it's not a constitution. And there's a paragraph in there that says, and that's not literally, but it says that we will never ever deliver weapons or troops in a freaking war zone. And that's still standing in there. And what we are doing, we are the freaking country who brings the most shit in there. Tanks, whatsoever. Cannons, all kinds of stuff. And that stays in our Grundgesetz, our constitution. It says we are not, because we forced two freaking world wars. And it says we are not allowed to deliver weapons in a war zone, in a war country. And
okay, so you're all right. So Uwe, you're in the Netherlands?
No, I'm in Germany. Still in Germany.
You're in Germany. Okay. So you're in Germany, and this is being this is happening.
Yes.
So Germany is supplying which country?
Ukraine.
Starts with a U.
You're putting it right under Ukraine. Okay. All right. Robert, can we even talk about that? Is that
Well, as long as we take it with kid gloves.
fuck?
That was
Hey,
not a
it's
that
not
was
my
not a
rules,
secret.
dude.
I was.
It's
telling.
not my
That was-
rules. I don't. I'm just
Well,
trying to play by the rules.
I know. Yeah, YouTube rules. I know. So
That was not. That was
Uwe-
not even a secret. That was just
Well,
facts.
whatever's a secret or not a secret. So Uwe, you're in Germany, and so that's your constitution. You're not supposed to be, or hang on. All right, calm your ass down, Rob. All right, in Germany, your constitution says you're not supplying weapons or anything to.
War zones.
Yes.
All right.
But they're
Germany
doing it
is
anyway.
currently supplying weapons and ammunitions too.
And
War
as
zone.
you can imagine, this paragraph didn't come out of Germans. That was dictated by the Allies when the Republic of Germany, when the Federal Republic of Germany was built and invented. That was forced by the winning countries that this paragraph has to be in our constitution. And I completely agree to that.
Yeah, I do too. I think it should be across all countries. What's going on and what he's getting at. If that were ubiquitous across all countries, a lot of this shit would be impossible.
Exactly.
But unfortunately, just as here and in your country and in Canada and every other place, rule of law seems to have been thrown right out the damn window because now we all live under the emergency rule.
Yes.
And,
No rule and no law is there for not being broken.
well, they seem to think that they don't have to do that now because it's all under emergency use. They become
Yeah.
dictators because they could claim a certain emergency, which is the dumbest thing I've ever heard in my life. Why anybody accepts that beyond me. That's the problem. And it doesn't matter where you're from or what you think or whatever. If that were ubiquitous and we actually had politicians that followed that, none of this shit would be happening when it comes to wars.
We all can suggest how this ends. It takes it
Yeah,
takes longer.
I
takes
gotta say,
longer.
yeah, think right over there. You know, Canada sends cash.
Yeah,
Big
Timber.
Dice, you
Timber,
know,
believe
America's. Yeah,
Believe-
Big Dice says America's spending, special shells for them tanks. Captain or Chaplain Jethro, much love to you. Squeaky wheel gets the grease. That's some hard
Believe-
shit to pick up.
Believe me, the cash Canada sends is just a little piece of what Germany sends.
Oh, I'm
Plus,
sure.
plus,
I'm
plus
sure.
the weapon.
But
And we all can suggest how this ends. It takes longer than taking down Libya or Syria, but at the end, it will be leveled in most parts. It will be leveled to the ground, and we are paying to build it up again.
Yeah,
That's
but
what
it's
it
not
is.
just you. There's money coming from Canada. There's money coming
Yeah,
from
it's
Germany.
coming from everywhere. Yeah, from everywhere. But it
All
doesn't
these
matter.
other countries, there's money coming from each of these countries. I'm sorry, not companies. And it's because
no, I think you're right. I think you had it right.
Yeah, you're not far off there.
Yeah, you're not far off by calling companies because all of our governments right now
well, yeah.
Yeah,
are being ruled by corporations. We live in
Yeah.
a somewhat techno corporatocracy.
Yeah.
Well, that was the word that came to mind, and because I'm drinking, I'm like, oh, I didn't mean that, but that is what I actually meant.
Yeah, I followed you. But that's why I said that word wasn't exactly wrong.
No, it wasn't. It was
Um,
exactly right. That's what it was.
and if you look at that, it seems awfully strange that all these countries' heads and governments are all in lockstep with all of this. You would think at least one or two would have dissent, but they don't. And they haven't had dissent on anything, whether it's from follow the science to we need to go stop the evil Russians or do whatever.
You know what's funny is on this whole situation that they know exactly what it will cost yearly to build the Ukraine up again. They know it since whatever last year August. They know it costs about 600 billion a year to build it back up.
But that's the thing, Uwe. You look at any war, and it's been the same thing, rinse and repeat. Tear it all
I
down.
gotta say,
Build it up
Big
again.
Dice and Timber and Chaplain Jethro. I mean, they've got some pretty damn good ideas. They definitely have an idea what's going on.
Yeah, for sure. Well, everybody here usually does.
Yeah.
Hence why people come to this channel while I'm having discussions. This just happened to be one that's not in the normal time zone for me.
And I'm actually getting ready to head off of here. I gotta go. It's 10 to 5 for me, and I know whatever. You're probably like, oh, wimpy. It's 8 a.m.
Yeah.
here, or whatever time it is for you.
No, that's fine. That's fine, Rob.
Yeah, I was thinking of it too. It's getting awfully early morning, so
Saskatchewan. Yeah, James.
yeah, we're an hour ahead of you, so you know.
Oh, it's
I
only
gotta-
an hour.
Let me address this to Big Dice. Poland is the worst forcing war country in Europe here. They are the worst here. They forcing it like they would like to send troops, honestly. Poland is the worst.
There's a lot of things going on that I think a lot of people have misconceptions to. And how can anybody be fully informed nowadays? Because you can't expect the mainstream media, which is supposed to be our informational point, to tell you the truth.
Mainstream what? What?
Yeah.
You
Hang
can't
on, let
trust
me
any.
turn-
You can't
Hang
trust
on.
any
Hey,
propaganda.
wait, guys, wait. I'm going to turn on CNN.
Okay, Rob, that's enough. See you later. No CNN. guy.
Oh, kicked him.
Oh,
That's a four
Well, there
letter
was
word on
a
my
saying
Robert,
we had in the army.
that was
There
perfect.
was hang on. There was a saying we had in the army back in the late 90s. An unused weapon is a wasted weapon.
Yes. And the problem I will say with that, Rex, speaking of someone that's Army as well, it's great if you're a fighter for that ideology or that belief, but our government shouldn't have that a wasted army or an army idol is a wasted one.
Exactly.
Has any country, any government has the right to tell another country, it doesn't matter where it is on this planet, how they have to live and how they have to rule their country? Has any country on this planet the right to do that?
No.
Okay. So,
All right, guys. Robert, real quick while there's a pause. Robert, James, Uwe,
Rob,
Rex, and Kiz. Much loves to all of you guys. Everybody in chat. Chaplain Jethro,
have a good night, man.
Timber Traveler, everybody in chat. Big Dice.
Yeah, take care. Have a good one.
Much much love for everybody. Swarton too, but yeah, I gotta head off.
All right, Rob, you have a good one, guy. Thanks for coming up.
Hey man, much loves. I'm glad you were went to it. I'm glad you went live.
Tell Mrs. T I said hi when she wakes up.
Oh, Paula, yes, I will. I will definitely, indeed. Much love to you too.
Much love, dear.
I can say a
you
bunch
know,
of stuff.
You know, while Robert's talking, I don't know how you stay awake.
I've learned very well to ignore him over the years.
I bet you must nap lots.
I
'Cause
do.
I know Robert talks lots.
Yeah.
Chug your beer. Go chug your beer.
I'm trying to stay serious while I'm saying that. All right, much loves everybody. All right, I'm out of here.
All right, take care, Rob.
Good night, man.
Take care.
know-
Much loves everybody. All right, good night.
They seem to sell us or to tell us there's good wars and bad wars, and I don't think there's any war in this fucking world that can be good. No war can be good. But the good wars are all the wars they started from the West. That's the good wars, you know.
Well, James, are you staying or do you need a word?
So I'm gonna take off. It's
All right,
just
guy.
about 6 o'clock a.m.
All right. Well, thanks for
All
coming
right,
up.
James.
It's good.
Have a good night.
Good
man.
to see and meet all of you.
All right, you take care, man.
All right.
Yeah, have
Talk
a
to
good
you
one.
later sometime.
Oh, I'm sure it will.
Okay. Bye.
Bye. When it comes to that Uwe, there may not, you can't define war by good or bad. Sometimes there's necessary ones and sometimes there's unnecessary ones. Most of the wars, I believe, are unnecessary. There's a few that did have to happen. And unfortunately, as an individual, we don't get to make that choice. We're just the fodder for them in one way, shape, or form.
I'm starting to think about which one was necessary in history.
Well,
Oh,
you're,
when we kicked the British back across the pond, yeah, that was a necessary war. We had to get rid of them because fuck those guys. Sorry, but I'm just saying.
and I agree with you. Well, would you like to go ahead up, please? You know, nobody, speaking as someone who can speak firsthand of this, war sucks.
Mm-hmm.
And for anybody to think that it's glorified or I don't even know how to put this, because the amount of people nowadays who seem to think that solutions when it comes to societal ills is by force. The only thing that does is make it worse. And speaking of all the things that we're speaking of tonight, many of those, just as some people decide that they are going to impose upon society their ideologies by force, are sadly mistaken. The only thing they do is make it worse for themselves. And it's the same thing with countries. It's the same thing across anything. And anybody that says they would wish for it is a fool and an idiot, because they have no ideas the realities of it.
Yeah, they don't realize the ramifications of the things that they advocate for.
Mm-hmm.
Yes. And I could get very, very graphic about that, but I won't. You know.
Yeah, what's the most annoying is I'm sorry. I don't know how do I word it without being.
Go for it. Fuck it.
Everything seems to be this notion that if you are on the right in any way at all, you are a horrible person. You are the worst. You are like Hitler. You are like it just like unless you profess in everything that the left pushes forth, you are worse than Hitler. And it's just like, how is that supposed to be? How is that supposed to be reasonable in any way? I suddenly think of when Bernie Sanders had a rally in Seattle, and some people from BLM took it over, and
Yep, I remember that.
they're screaming at the top of their lungs, "We are being reasonable!" And it's just like, that's the opposite of reasonable. What are you talking about? Sorry, I maybe I'm drunk or whatever, but
Isn't
you're
that
right,
the main? Isn't that the main issue in general? Talking always about left and right. Doesn't it start with that?
But
Left
hold on
and
though,
right?
Uwe, hold on, Uwe. Let's define that a little better though. You have a left and a right. You had a liberal and a conservative. But what we have now on the so-called left isn't liberal anymore. It's so far beyond that. Calling that liberal thinking is wrong.
Yeah, it's communism, fascism. That's what it is.
Yeah, it's exactly what it is. When you start to dictate people how they're supposed to be, you're not liberal. I hate to tell them that is not the defining. But yet well, I shouldn't say that because they redefine words every day now.
oh yeah.
So
But on the other side, the conservatives are not the conservatives anymore as well.
say that again, Uwe.
On the other side, the conservatives are not the same as well anymore.
No, no. Really, if anything, 25 years ago, I would have considered myself somewhere in the middle. Now I'm considered far right.
Yeah, me too. And I was never
Yeah,
ever
me-
thinking in my life.
And me
Presume
too.
it's gonna be considered right.
I would now, even though I'm a gay man who believes in universal health care and housing the homeless and expanding our safety nets and things like that. But because I'm a class reductionist instead of someone who thinks that we should base everything on our
Our fifis?
well, that and what group we happen to fit into, gender, sexual orientation, or race. Because I don't want to base everything on that, I'm considered alt-right or far-right. And it's just like, are you kidding me?
Yeah.
Are you kidding me? It doesn't matter what sort of like I say, I'm a class reductionist. I believe in trying to take care of the issues that, like a living wage and making sure that you have good working conditions and all of that side of things, and universal health care and like I said, but that doesn't matter anymore. I have to believe in this everything,
Hey, call it what it is.
reducing everybody to their race, sexual orientation, and gender. And if I don't look at them that way and reduce everything to the oppression Olympics, then I'm far right. It's crazy. It's just crazy.
Yeah, it is
Yeah,
crazy.
but I'm the same because I would declare myself way right now too, even with knowing my country history. But the way it goes now, I'm completely way right because
There
all
was-
this shit, what's going on now, that's not. I don't know. Insane is not even the best description for it.
Well,
It's like I think about Antifa. It's so many people that the Black Bloc Antifa. I won't say everyone that considers themselves Antifa, but if you don't, if you're not, if you support the notion of keeping any of the systems that we have, you're considered fascist and they're going to be against you. You have to be literally against, I mean, you have to be for dismantling all the systems that make up society, or you're a fascist.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And now let me ask you-
That's how they do things. There's no the only way to get them to not want to hurt you is to say, oh yes, all the systems are so oppressive, we need to dismantle everything, or they're gonna want to hurt you. It's weird.
Yeah.
Well, here's the thing, Kazoo, and an observation I'd like to make. They want to tear everything down, but they offer no answer at all. And the very things in society that benefited them to allow them to be able to have free speech and function in society without being oppressed as they think they are the very same things they want to destroy.
Yeah.
Makes absolutely zero sense.
And it's being taught. It's being taught in an ideological way to our youth. I just wonder what's going to happen. What are we going to be like in 10 to 15 years? What's going now? There's the other side of this too. Is there could be a major pushback to that.
Oh, there will
But
be.
what is going to stop that pushback from becoming actual fascism? And that's a big concern for me too, because once you start the ball rolling the other direction, if there's nothing in place to be able to stop that ball from rolling, then what's going to stop it from actually turning into fascism? That's a big worry for me. Everything's a mess right now.
Well, that's the
You
thing,
know-
though. That is a very good point, Kazum.
Yeah.
It even as much as we would like to think of ideals, there is no ideal. We can only as society get along if we have certain principles in place that protects the individual, as this country had. We had the idea, I think, in my opinion, and only in my opinion, that the idea of individual rights and the belief in that, it didn't matter what else your beliefs were. The problem with these people is they want to tear everything down because to them, if they can't impose their ideology or their will upon you, that's wrong.
But
And
how,
you're
how,
absolutely
how, how
right.
do you say so?
Yeah,
good,
it's and it's no different than what some religious zealots want to do. You know, oh, if it's not according to their belief, it's wrong or satanic, and some of these people just, how do you get it through their heads that what they're saying is just as dogmatic as religion? I suppose, man. I hope I'm not going to mess anything up for you, but
No, not at all. We're all adults here.
something that I find frustrating is how there is this notion that everyone is supposed to believe that being homosexual or being or having gender dysphoria is genetic. There's this push that it's absolutely genetic, and if you believe that it's not genetic, then you're the most horrible person. You're anti-gay, you're anti-trans, and it's just like that very notion that it's genetic, that you have to believe that, even though there's no evidence to back that notion up. We have never proven that those things are genetic. And I don't think we ever will, because I don't think it is genetic.
No, I don't
But-
believe there's either.
You know, and maybe some people will say I am a self-hating gay person because I think that. It's just like, well,
Whoa,
why
wait.
does it matter? Why does it matter? Why? I mean, as long as my being gay doesn't hurt anyone, then why does it matter why I'm gay? You know, we're supposed to treat everyone as humans. I forgot where I was going here, but it's
You know what I think?
some of the very thing that the gay pride flag, I'm really going off the rails here. I'm sorry. One of the major thing that the gay pride flag, especially after it's been modified after all this time, because it used to just be a rainbow. One of the major things that it stands for is the very notion that it's genetic. And if one of the major things that makes something a religion is that you have to believe in something without evidence, then the pride flag is a religious symbol.
Well,
I even
Go ahead,
think
Uwe.
that if this shit goes on for the next 5 or 10 years, they will be making it illegal and making declared crime to have sex with the opposite gender. So if you have sex with a wife, with a woman, they make it criminal. If this shit goes on with this agenda, if this
I don't think it'll
ideology
go
shit
that
goes on,
far. I
They
don't think
making
it'll
it
go quite
criminal.
that far, but they are going to label straight people as something bad somehow. Though I mean they're already trying to do that. They'll say, "Oh, cis heteronormativity." They'll So I mean I understand it, but I don't think they're going to. I don't think it's going to go as far as you're saying there.
Let me point something out that you said, Kazoo. When you talked about how you felt about that, they're literally trying to shame you. And in their case, they don't have anything to blame about their own, shall we say, misgivings about who they are. They can't handle who they are, so they must blame somebody else. They can't be comfortable in their skin, so we have to blame you for that. And you're going to take the brunt of that more so than we are. That's the problem.
we have to blame the oppressive society or the oppressive systems and so on. Yeah.
That's the thing that comes where I don't think people understand what's really going on. They've created that. They've created their own enemy. We or anybody has never been, until you start pissing in my yard, and then it becomes a different story. But they want to use in your case, what you said, as a way to demean you because you're not following them. When they think just because of you being who you are and comfortable in your own skin is being wrong. That's bullshit. That's the problem with their ideology. If you're not one of us, you're one of them.
Yeah.
And using those terms, in my opinion, is offensive across the board. Who's us and who's them? We all live in this damn society. And as I said, when it comes to rights, mine end where yours begins. What you choose to do in your private life shouldn't be dictated by anybody else but you. And as I choose what I do in my life, shouldn't be chosen by anybody else but me. And that's the problem. They can't live with that. It's almost like a self-hate thing.
I think it's weird that there's this push, and it's being pushed in elementary schools too, for people to define their identity.
Yeah, that's bullshit.
Around their sexuality, around their gender identity. And it's just like, no, you should be revolving your identity around your interests. What are the things you're good at? That sort of thing. The mindset of merit, your personal merit being the most important thing. But no, that's not what's important. What's important is your gender. What's important is your race. What's important is who you're attracted to. And it's just like, what? It's crazy. It's just absolutely nuts. And I'm scared for what the youth are, what are the people that are very young right now? What are they going to be like when they are the politicians of the future?
Have you seen the movie Hunger Games?
I haven't wanted to really watch it. That it never interested me. So
yeah, but I'll tell you, I really think is what they're moving towards. You know, albeit granted, that's a dramatized thing, but it really would fit what they're doing and what's being done across the world. And I don't think it's going to be like in the movie how they have, you know, one place in little districts and stuff. It's going to be countries. One country is going to be allowed to do this. One country is going to be allowed to do that. These people are going to be allowed to do this. These people are going to be allowed to do that. Toss out the idea of individualism, of being who you are and what you're good at or what you choose to be. It's going to be what you're allowed if they have their way. That ain't going to happen. There will be a point, no matter how you slice it. They are not the majority, even though they seem to think they are. They aren't even a large subset of society. But unfortunately, it works for politicians and those who wish to, shall we say, gain undue power, allowed to stir the pot, so to say. So everybody has something to point at other than what the real problems are. You know, you look at what has went on with the politics when it comes to the idea of a conservative far right versus a far left. It absolutely blows my mind at the things that have went on. But yet you got people, even where you live, burning down fucking cities or businesses, taking over areas, and they just turn a fucking blind eye. That in itself tells you that the political class, and I'll use that very correctly, political class, is doing. It's no different in the feudal age.
Well, I mean, you suddenly had me thinking about how, with this recent shooting, there are news. I think it was on MSNBC, but a number of other kind of left-leaning news. I think even the
Press secretary
Pierre, the secretary of the they were saying, we really feel for the trans community, and I'm just like, the trans community, you're siding with the person that did these shootings versus the people that were killed. You're gonna side what?
Yeah,
you know, that's just nuts. And people pushing, there's a trans genocide. It just seems like that the people that are claiming that it's a trans genocide, it's just all about, if people don't view those with gender dysphoria, you know, if we don't affirm the gender they wish to be affirmed as, then we're pushing forth for their self-deletion. I'll say that. I don't want to mess up your YouTube, but it's just like,
you're correct.
It's crazy. You know, it's like someone coming up there and saying, unless you accept that I'm a real woman, then I'm going to self-delete. It's just like, that's not reasonable. That's not a reasonable position. Period.
Well,
ever.
In the same token, why is it your responsibility of what they choose to do? It isn't.
But it's interesting that you say that, because it's the same here. What I said with this refugees, we had so many mass attacking with knives, you know, people gotten killed, gotten injured, and the criminals, because they are refugees, they're getting made to the victims by the mainstream media, because we didn't integrate them, you know, we didn't let them part of our society good enough, you know, shit like that. But nobody is talking about the victims, the poor people gotten killed or gotten injured, and the families. It's absolutely insane. It's absolutely completely off the wall. And the same is with we had an insult with a guy who killed. It was like a Christopher Street party in a city here, and a guy killed one of these gay guys, and his lawyer on court was saying he was mentally sick because he he thinks he is gay, but didn't had his come out, and he got forced by shit like that, you know. And that therefore he just got probation. He didn't even got arrested. It's I don't know, man. This is completely crazy what's going on.
But that's the whole
Indeed.
thing with it. The parallels that you can use across all aspects of society and what we would consider social norms, even in Kazum's case, that's a social norm. That's throughout history. It's not anything unusual. But in their case, they want to make either political or in his case lifestyle choice, or in your case, when you're talking about being called something other when you are a proud German, they want to label as such as being wrong or evil, or just because you don't follow our ideology, you're automatically something else. And it really cracks me up that they say they're being I'll use the word destroyed just because we don't want them teaching kids shit in schools. Kids need to be allowed kids in schools. When they become adults, that's when they choose what they want to be. Now, I'm not going to say that there isn't instances as teenagers when they decide that they're attracted to something else. That's fine. But it's a natural progression, not a forced one. And what
I think one of the biggest issues is the element where it's being taught as this is a genetic issue.
yeah,
And so, but because there's no proof of it, it is essentially a religion that they are teaching to kids. It's because, and so many of these people, I'd say 99.9% of the people don't realize that they are pushing something without evidence. So many of these people believe that all of this stuff is genetic with zero evidence, but because people like Lady Gaga have said, oh, born this way, well, it must be the standard view, so everyone must believe that it's genetic. And it's like, no, there's no proof of this yet. And it's strange to me, it's disturbing to me how so many people have easily believed in something strongly enough to be like a religion without any idea that there's no proof of it.
yeah. And the thing of it is, it's even worse than blind ideology. You think about to go to the extent that was gone to, and what was being called upon. That's genocidal thought. It's beyond a belief system when it becomes to action. And what they're calling for, but yet we're supposed to sit back and accept that. It's not their fault that they think like that, or we're wrong for thinking that they feel they need to destroy, and I'll use the word destroy, everybody who doesn't think like they do. And that is absolutely the most dangerous thing that can happen if it's allowed to continue. It only leads to one place, and we all know that.
Yeah.
My only thoughts is there's such, and I think the politicians know this, and they know at some point in time it's going to come to a critical head because there's going to be enough stupidity happen that people are going to finally have enough, and it's going to rush across this country like a wildfire. Unfortunately, there's going to be a lot of innocent people getting caught up in it.
I feel so sorry for some of those people. I really do. It's sad. It's so sad.
I don't even know how to address that, because speaking of someone who is a combat veteran, I've seen the worst of humanity, and I've also seen the best of humanity. But I don't think they understand the kind of fire they're playing with. And I still think it's being allowed to happen. everything that's happened in society, where okay, it's like, when do they remove the DS5s for dysphoria? What happens then? Okay,
What do you mean?
psychological DS5s, the forms for people with gender
The
dysphoria.
DSM-5, right?
Yeah, DSM. Yeah. What happens
When do
to
they-
remove that and they say that well, no, that's not a problem.
But they're already kind of doing that now. That
Yes,
the
kind of
the DSM-4, it's iffy area, but still, people will use the DSM-5 as a reason to keep pushing for what they're calling gender-affirming care.
Yeah.
So
Which is-
it's already quite different than the DSM-4. I think the DSM-6 is going to be radically different as we find out, like, over the next decade, there's going to be some tragic stories about detransitioning.
Oh, there already is.
There already are now, but I mean, over the next decade, it's just going to be tragic. We're going to look at like the last thing that we ever, when it came to using medical intervention for something mental,
Wasn't a medical problem.
was when we used to do lobotomies.
Yeah, and look where that ended up.
Yeah. I think history is going to look back at this period and it's like, wow, we lost our minds. It's that I don't know. I like the phrase, we've become so open-minded that our brains have fallen out,
I'm glad I'm not the only one that uses that.
Let me ask you both a question. Would you think if the mainstream media and all these commercial and the big corporations and would stop all these transgender and LGBTQ crap propaganda, do you think it would really stop, or do you think it would take even decades to calm that shit down? What do you think?
Well, it's not going to change overnight, Uwe. What's been happening has been going on since I want to say the 90s is when I started seeing the shift. But that's only when I started really paying attention. And now it's not going to be undone overnight, because they've already, in my opinion, tainted a lot of minds.
Well, I think it does take a while for the things to shift in that direction. Well, then again, a lot of this stuff to me really started changing after 2015. It just really went on over.
Oh, that's when on overdrive, yeah.
Overdrive, sure. Yeah. But as far as going the other direction, I think that can happen within a short period of time. I think that could happen within a decade. So
if it was handled properly.
Whether properly or improperly, I think it could take less than a decade for things to switch back to an earlier period. I really believe that strongly.
I agree with you, but the thing of it is, there's choices there about how things happen. It can either be just as when countries are at war or thinking they're going to war. It can be accomplished through talks and agreements and a sense of reality. If people are actually honest with themselves, we seem to have a problem with that nowadays. The only other alternative that will be effective, I don't even want to think about.
I think personally, some of the ways that we'll get out of this will be through something that will be viewed by a lot of people as fascist. I think to get past a lot of this stuff, we will have to go through a fascist period. We'll get out of it. I don't think we'll stay fascists, but I think we will go through a fascist period to get past a lot of this stuff where people are going to say, no, we have standards, we have roles, we have rules, and it's going to be overbearing and authoritarian and nasty. But I think we need to go through it in order to get past that, to be better people, to be a better country. And I know that sounds terrible. It's just awful for me to say, but I really think that's what we're going to have to experience.
I can't say I'm in total agreement with you or total disagreement with you. My worry is if what we're seeing now is allowed to continue, it's literally going to tear this country apart.
I don't think what we're seeing is going to allow to continue for too long before there's going to be pushback. We're already starting to see the pushback.
Yeah, for sure.
You have no idea how thankful I am, at least on the as far as the internet culture goes, how thankful I am to Elon Musk taking over Twitter and allowing for so much of these conversations to happen that were not allowed even in the not even remotely allowed previously.
Yeah. Well, look at here. The change has been on YouTube. 3 months ago, this conversation would have been shut down midstream.
Yeah. Yeah.
Guaranteed. Now, whether or not it passes a sniff test after the fact, I guess I'll find out.
Yeah, but you never know if they're gonna use it against you in another.
Yeah, but
aspect,
Uwe, it isn't a risk that I am unwilling to take because
I know, but I just say, that could be a trap.
for
by,
sure, there's a
YouTube.
lot of things, Uwe.
Yeah,
But I'm done. I will play the game and try to stay within their guidelines as much as I possibly can. But I'm not going to stop having these discussions, nor am I going to stop having panels with these discussions.
luckily not, man, because there's not enough opportunities to talk about it anyway. So
Well, that's the
And-
problem,
and-
Uwe, is people don't have these discussions.
yeah, they are scared, and I understand, especially the Australians. You don't know how strict they will handle these new laws they have down there. There happens so much crazy shit in Australia, and you don't know if they really do it. If they come to your house and pick you up, and arrest you, you don't know.
Well, if that's the case, then so be it, Uwe. I mean, I understand where you're coming from, and I understand why you would think that way, considering where you live.
Yeah, but I always said they are welcome to pick me up and to arrest me. I will not shut up. Not in the public and not on YouTube or not any other platform.
Absolutely.
I will not shut up. If they want to give me and arrest me and send me to jail, do it. But I will not shut up. No.
Yeah, absolutely. And I agree. I mean, we don't have in society anymore actual discussions like we're having now. And if it isn't a testament that they need to have, we had 3 different countries on this panel. I've had as many as 7 different countries on a panel, and 8 or 9 if I included the chat, all saying the same thing. So it isn't like it's a secret or a surprise. It's just that people are afraid to talk anymore. You don't go to the coffee shop and have a real conversation. You don't
Or
go,
the barbershop or any of that. Yeah.
Yeah, you can't even go to a bar and have a real conversation.
No.
You end up in a fist fight in 5 minutes, guaranteed. And that's another thing that we've run into a problem is people don't want to have honest conversations. They're so stuck where they're at that to challenge that and challenge themselves is out of the question.
Everybody you talk to, even if you know the person or it's a foreign person, you got to test it out step by step, how far you can talk about this or that topic and what you say. Because I'm not scared about anybody with another opinion, but I will not listen to somebody who is completely brainwashed by the mainstream media and just repeating the bullshit that goes shown on the mainstream media, the propaganda shit.
Yep.
I will not have a discussion with them at all. If I hear they are completely online, I say, okay, that's it. Let's stop this shit. Let's go. You go this way, I go that way. It's simple as that. I won't. I don't waste my time anymore, and not in my family, and not in with anybody else. And my family, I have to say, nobody has understood anything yet.
Well, a lot of people are going to have some hard lessons to learn into the future. That's for sure, Uwe.
Oh man, this year I think is going to be a rough year for so many people. And big wake up call for a lot of people.
Yep.
Yeah. If you make it to the end of the year, many will
Absolutely.
not see the end of the year.
Um,
Yeah, but you know what I mean. That the people who will not make it to the end of the year, there will be many of them.
I don't know, Uwe. There's so many possibilities I could see. It's hard to say. You know, I can only hope that calm heads and common sense prevail. But that's asking for an uncommon thing nowadays. People seem to be driven by all the things that they've used as the very same tools to drive society to what it is today, where people can't even agree on taste of bubble gum, for Christ's sakes. It's no joke. I mean, seriously.
Well, I mean, we can't even agree on what is a woman. So, I mean,
Yeah.
How about what
really basic stuff that we can't agree on, that people can't agree on. I mean, I think everyone here would agree on what a woman is, but you know what I'm saying.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. That says everything. You don't have to add anything on that. That says everything about the society, does it?
Well, that goes back to if someone identifies as something, you're supposed to accept that. Why?
Because that's why. Because
yeah,
just because.
You know, it's this is why I say their very own logic, just like when we were talking about Antifa, their very own logic doesn't pan out. And the same thing with that. Their logic doesn't pan out. You can believe something all you want. Doesn't make it real.
And you can't force that kind of logic onto everyone else and force everyone to conform to that.
Yeah. I really think that maybe, you know, let's look at video games for a second, where people can go in there and do or be anything they want. But when you end that game, are you what you were in that game? No. It was a game. It was a fantasy.
Yeah.
And they want to relate that to real life, and it's not.
That's a neat way of putting that. I fully agree with what you've said there. Yes.
So it's a fantasy that I believe I'm a trans-slender.
A trans-slender?
Well, I'm trying to identify as being skinny. Come on.
Okay.
Give me some hope, honey.
It's your world. You live in it.
Yeah, you can identify today as a female cat, tomorrow as a pregnant woman, the next day
hell
as
no! Don't you bless pregnancy on me.
No.
I'm too damn old
You
for
know.
that.
Yeah, no. Screw
you have
this.
all the freedom these days. That's completely. Don't don't go in deeper into that shit. You know, it's insane.
No, but what I'm getting at though is they're trying to live life as if it's a fantasy video game. what you do in a game doesn't conform to reality. You know, I can go in a game and fly around like Superman. It doesn't make, when I stop that game, make that real any more than a dude trying to tell you that he's a chick, and you have to accept that. Now, I don't care if you want to cross dress, do that. It makes no shit to me. But sorry, no. Being told, well, why would, you know, the thing that floors me? Well, you should want to date a trans woman. Why?
Oh
Why
man,
is
the one that the thing that really makes that steams me is lesbians are being told, and there's some lesbians that are lesbians primarily because they were traumatized by someone with a penis, right? So the lesbians are being told that they have to be interested in having sex with a trans woman, otherwise they're, you know, and be interested in someone with a penis, otherwise they're transphobic. And the same thing goes for what they're telling gay men. Oh, well, unless you want to get with someone who has a vagina, you're transphobic. And I'm just like, man, I suck dick. You know, that's my thing. If they don't have that, I mean, what am I supposed to do as far as my attractions? Oh, well, that makes you transphobic. That means you hate trans people. It's like, I don't hate them. I'm just not interested in having sex with them. You know?
Well, that's the thing, though. Why isn't an expectation in society that you're supposed to conform to their fantasy? And I use that truthfully because it doesn't change what they are. No more.
Well, they're trying to redefine so many things, and one of them being sexual orientation. They're saying, no, sexual orientation is about gender. It's about what gender you're attracted to. And I'm like, no, it's about what sex I'm attracted to. That's transphobic. What?
Yeah, that makes no sense. But that's, you know, that's the thing that no matter what part of society, when it comes to what we're talking about, and it isn't just that issue when it comes to the trans thing, but all across all aspects of what we're seeing in government and judicial systems and countries and all that shit. It's to the point of fantasy. There isn't the reality that they focus upon. It's what is said that it is versus what reality really is. And that's the messed up part is you can't you really can't get through some people's heads that it doesn't equate to real life. You know, it's fine if you want to go. It's no different than a bunch of kids going and playing dress up.
Yeah. Yep.
Or, as I said, playing a video game. Video games and that stuff doesn't have consequences. Real life does. You know, it's just crazy. And I really don't know how else to define that. I really don't. I mean, I guess I don't know from many points of view how, and I try to be as accommodating as I can to reality. But in this case, they don't want to accommodate that. And it's the
No,
same.
reality is something that ends in istrophobic.
Yeah, and it's just like you were saying when the press secretary comes out and defaults to saying what they said about the trans community instead of the situation in itself. You know, it was a way to take and misdirect from the reality of the situation.
Yeah.
And to me, she should have been fired on the spot. But that's just my opinion. If I would have been
I think,
president,
yeah, I think Jen Psaki would have done a much better job.
well, maybe yes.
I mean,
maybe
even though
so.
Jen Psaki, I mean, maybe she would have said, "Oh well, oh, what was her phrase? Let's come back around to this." That wasn't the right phrase. We'll circle back to this. Maybe she'd say something like that, but it wouldn't be as insulting as what Corinne Jean Pierre, whatever the hell her name is. So.
Yeah. But
I
what do you
don't know
think?
who you talk about. Who is that? Who is that person?
Press secretary for the White House.
yes.
For the White House. Oh, all right.
Yeah.
Yeah. I don't know what else can really be said about any of that stuff. I don't even know what at this point in time, other than trying to get people to step back into reality, what and how we're going to approach fixing a lot of these things. Without what we were talking about earlier happening. I don't even know. If
I don't see this stuff being fixed without there being some major. The pendulum has swung so far to the left that it seems the only fix for it is going to be when I'm not going to say if, I'm going to say when it swings really far to the right, just as strongly. And it's awful. It's awful. It's awful of me to say. I don't like to say it. I don't really want to see it happen. But I also understand that in order for society to continue, in order for a country to continue, in order for a society to thrive, there are sometimes things that need to happen.
Yeah.
I mean, I know it's going to suck for my demographic as well. You know, it's going to suck for people that don't fit the norm, but we have to be able to push for having some sort of cultural identity in some way, or you can't just have everyone having no direction, no standards, no anything to shoot for. That's cultural suicide. I don't know. I just think that's almost the suicide of a country if people no longer have anything to shoot for or no longer.
Frankly,
I don't know.
I think that's the goal, Kazum. I really think that's the goal for them to push through what's been said and over at Davos. I don't know how familiar you are with that stuff because a lot of it's passed off as conspiracy. Well, how can it be conspiracy when you?
It's right out there in the open.
It's right there. You can go read this shit. And they are doing it. And I really think at this point in time, they want to eliminate the idea of nations. And just like I said in the movie Hunger Games, you're going to have districts where these people are allowed to do this, these people are allowed to do that, so they can't be self-sufficient as a country. Where there isn't a national identity or a cultural identity. That's what they want to eliminate. Because it's very much easier to consolidate power. And we all know what happens when you concentrate anything in consolidation.
Yeah.
When you have a central point of failure, what happens? That doesn't matter what you're talking about, be it politics, be it business, be it electrical grids, for Christ's sakes. If you have a central point, that's going to be the failure point. Always will, always has been. And I really think a lot of this stuff is allowed to happen to foment that. To the point that even having this conversation that we're having, I will be shocked if I don't get dinged on this. It'll be interesting to see. Because I've come to the mind, I'm leaving most things up unless I know they're blatantly outside of bounds. but I don't see anything unreasonable about the conversation we've had all night.
I don't
Um,
either, but you just never know, man.
No, you don't. And that's the thing. We're working in a sliding scale.
I do hope that Rumble becomes a little better about people finding live streams, but like I know you can do StreamYard to Rumble. I don't know how it keeps up with the side chat, but I know you can do a StreamYard to Rumble, and Rumble doesn't have hardly any of these kinds of restrictions on speech in this way. The only thing they go against is if you're actually saying something that's that would legally be a problem, you know.
Yes, correct.
Yeah, but you need a special amount of subs to be able to live stream on Rumble, I think.
Oh, is okay? All right. I didn't know.
I'm not sure about the number you need, but I think you need a specific amount of subs.
Okay, all right, that makes sense. Because
But,
I was
Rumble-
thinking of
Rumble-
doing. I was thinking I have a Rumble channel, and I was thinking of doing something similar. But that I'll have to look more into that.
Rumble is in general a little bit too complicated. If that would make it a little easier, like Twitch is, it would be way better. I mean, Twitch is really good as well, and Twitch is almost no sensing as well. So Twitch is very-
Twitch is very censorship happy. They're really bad.
But only on swear words, I think, not on.
No,
not
on a whole
topics.
bunch of things. No, they're at least as bad as YouTube is.
Yeah, in some aspects, very much so. The only thing I would love to be able to do this on Rumble, but another person that does live panels was an absolute train wreck trying to get things to work, and then people coming on couldn't get it to work with their devices, couldn't get and I don't know, maybe if they were going through it, because YouTube has screw ups as well. Maybe they were going through a transition or something, but it was just a train wreck.
Well, I mean, like I was saying, I right now you can't. They don't have any options for you to search for channels that are live right now, like that are.
No.
And it's just like, what, you don't have that simple kind of search option, and they don't yet. You know,
No,
and so once they have that, they'll be good. But until then, I don't understand why they don't have it.
Yeah, it's pretty bad.
Actually, no, Brave, I do watch quite a bit on stuff on Rumble that people have moved off from here to YouTube because I know they don't censor themselves over there, so I go watch it over there. Now, if they could fix the things like Kazoom's talking about and some other things, so it wasn't so clunky, I would jump ship in a heartbeat. My channel would be, I'd do the same thing. I would start out a stream saying, okay, we're going to do this, and then we're moving over there until it come a point in time when I no longer need YouTube.
But Odyssey has good free speech as well. But I have problems on Odyssey. I can't chat there for some reason. So,
Yeah,
Odyssey?
Yeah.
Yeah, Odyssey has problems. They are not hardware wise able to meet the demand of what's going on. So often you're watching a video and it'll just pause and it'll have to buffer. And it's just like on almost anything you run into that. It doesn't matter how fast of a connection you have, it's on their end.
Yeah, and that's another issue with a lot of this stuff. But I think there's going to come a time when Rumble will mature enough.
Well, I mean, Rumble, I haven't had that problem. We're talking about Odyssey. Odyssey is the one that has the problem with it. Rumble's been really good about that. Rumble, I've never had a problem in the last year anyway. I've never had a problem with Rumble not loading quickly.
No, I haven't either. I have had some problems if people were having live streams. And admittedly, I'm sorry, but their chat setup sucks. Their search function sucks.
Yeah,
It
that
does.
sucks.
They both. They
They're-
do.
The search option is absolutely awful in Rumble. That's absolutely
Their
garbage.
front page sucks.
It does.
You know, and I understand that everything takes time, but it's not like we live in a world of 20 years ago. In my opinion, it shouldn't be as hard as what it is, but I could be wrong. I don't know. I mean, trying to do
I think some of
everything
why
that's
they
going
have.
on-
I think some of why they have the front page as they do is to avoid as much as possible being looked at as, oh, it's the right-wing alternative to YouTube.
And I'll agree with that to some aspects, but what's wrong with having a front page that I'm greeted with to things that I subscribe to?
And that's fair.
Or,
Yeah.
or of same types of interest.
Yeah.
I don't really care. Well, I shouldn't say that.
For
They're
live
trying to
streaming,
promote their bigger channels, and I understand that. Go ahead, Uwe.
you also have D Live. I have no idea how it is, but that's what many European streamers using for live
Yeah, I
streaming
don't know.
protests and stuff.
I've never
But,
played with D Live, so I have no idea.
But it's definitely used for protest streaming a lot. I know that. I don't know if they have panel option or chat option. I don't know about that, but I definitely know they use it for streaming.
Yeah, I don't know. Finding alternatives and trying to get people to jump over is like trying to herd cats. I don't know any other way to put it, because YouTube is used by people all over the world. If you're going to connect with people and find new things, this is still the spot. You know, I don't, there isn't any other way to put it. I mean, do I try to support them as much as possible on the alternatives? Yeah, for sure. But I couldn't have this stream over there. Kazoom seems really distracted.
Yes, I'm sorry. Yes. I said stupid things on Twitter, and I was deleting them. So I said some stupid things. So.
Oh, so you're getting stupid replies, is what you're saying.
Well, no, I said some stupid things. Like there's one thing that I said. Well, I can't say this in 3 words, but I can say it in 4, and then it ends up that it was 5 words. So.
Oh, geez, grammar. Well, the number Nazis are getting you. Wait a minute. As Biden would say, I can tell you in 2 words.
And it ends up being a whole.
Ended up being a whole sentence. So.
Oh, well, what was that? He has this whole. I can describe America in 1 word.
Yes. I think you got it. As humorous as that is, that's really scary. That is really scary. So, but unless we have anything else to talk about, I think I'm going to end this, because I have been on here for over 4.5 hours. So
Okay.
Yeah, was a great
Well,
conversation as always.
I'm glad I was able to catch you when you had this going on.
yeah, hey, Kazoom, you're welcome anytime on my panels, guy.
Right
You
on.
always have good insight, and you're conducive to good discussion.
Oh, cool.
And that's certainly, as I said, something we need to have more of, and not just I hate to say this, but living in an echo chamber. And I try as much as I can not to do that. But what I really find disturbing is, even in your case, it still seems like an echo chamber. That should tell people something.
In my case, what What do you mean?
Beings that you would in their eyes, you don't fit the societal norm, so you should be on theirs. You're
Oh
one of them,
yeah,
or you're one of
yeah,
us. And this is
yeah,
why I'm saying it really, I find that very ironic that they're going to condemn someone else and claim that they're an extremist because you're not them.
yeah,
And as I said, people need to have an open mind, but not so open where their brains fall out.
yeah.
And that, I think in their case, when I say about having a discussion about something, or if you're going to have an opinion on a topic, the first person you should discuss it with is yourself in a mirror, because that's where it starts. And obviously, these people are incapable of doing that. Now, is it a form of self hate that they have to hate everybody else? Possibly, I don't know, but I know it's a delusion.
Sometimes it almost seems like there's an anti-introspection movement in the name of identifying yourself as something that fits into a box nicely.
Well, if you can't, and you're disturbed with what you're looking at in the mirror, what do? You have to blame somebody else.
Yeah.
If you don't say somebody else is wrong, then you do have to look in a mirror. You follow what I'm saying?
Yeah.
If you can't be self-critical, and in their case, they don't want to be, it's blame everybody else. It's like when you hear people talk about people being a thief or being a criminal or whatever like that because of the way they were raised. Well, I'm sorry, I was raised in a very shitty family, and I decided who I'm going to be, nothing else. And it's the same with that. Everybody has a choice of what they're going to be. If you allow other people to define you, then you've already lost.
Yeah.
You might as well hang up the game of life. Only you define you. Nobody else does. You know, I can no more tell you who you are than I can tell Uwe who he is. And the same in common and reverse. Their problem is they can't look at themselves critically. So they have to blame somebody else. And I will argue anybody that says I'm wrong on that.
No, you sound spot on.
Yeah, unfortunately, common sense isn't so common. So what do you do?
No, not anymore.
Yeah.
Whether it's political, social, whatever, even when we was talking about AI, it's the same thing.
They
There's certain
propaganda
things-
it off, you know.
There's certain things in society that shouldn't be what the problems that they are. It's not like they aren't simple things, because they very much are. Now, in the case of AI, we ain't putting that genie back in the bottle. No matter what we try to do, no matter what regulations are put on, that genie's out. Where it ends is the good question. But when it comes to the social thing about what we have going on and what you talked about there, Kazoom, yeah, that genie needs to be put back in the bottle, and it can be.
It can. It can.
So I guess a lot of things with Christ, I can't believe I got this many people still listening. We all, I don't even know how to put this. We all have to live on this planet. We all have to live in our countries, and we're seeing all the ills of society, all the things that we normally wouldn't see 25, 30 years ago. And not the world was perfect then, because it certainly was not. But what we're moving towards will destroy us if we don't stop it.
Yeah.
And ignoring it or pretending it doesn't exist or having a press secretary say what she did can't be allowed to continue. If their only focus is on the what and not, or on the product and not the symptom, we have a real problem. And in this country, our real problem right now is our current political climate.
I can't even imagine Biden winning again.
I mean, I couldn't imagine winning the last time. But see, that's a conversation.
But this time people can see. This time people can see how bad its, results have been, and I think if or when a Republican, which would probably be either Trump or DeSantis, wins, I think there's going to be that's going to be one of the major things that pushes us back towards the right.
Well, personally, I think no matter who it is, there needs to be a reckoning in Washington, D.C.
I don't think that's going to happen, though. That can't happen if we somehow ended up with Biden again, and there's just that wouldn't happen. But I can't see him winning again. I just don't think that's the direction our society is going. I think we're going to be heading towards the right, and whatever candidate on the right ends up being winning the primary, they're going to be pushing for normality, for standards, to put an end to a lot of this stuff. I mean, like I said, both Trump and DeSantis are pushing against a lot of this stuff. Trump even has supposedly a whole plan to end a lot of this stuff. We know DeSantis does as well. So I don't know.
But isn't it insanity enough that Sleepy Joe is going in another election anyway? I mean, you gotta be freaking kidding me, man. I mean, that guy can barely walk. He can not even talk. He's not even, sometimes you don't even know who he is. So
or where he is.
Yeah, or where he is. I mean, holy crap, man. I mean, but let's speculate. If they call Trump guilty on this stuff, and he has a crime record, he's not allowed to go for election, is he?
Oh,
I can't imagine that he's going to be found guilty. Yeah, they've indicted him, but I don't think he's going to be convicted. I really don't see him being actually convicted. And if he is, man, that would be a point where there's going to be some strange rioting, I think, if he's actually convicted.
Strange isn't the word I'd choose. You remember I told you about the wildfire? I think that would be the straw that breaks the camel's back.
Well, I was trying to be nice about it, so.
Yeah, I know. I'm. This is what bugs me the most about this is you can't call the proverbial spade a spade. And I think everybody understands that. Uwe may not, because I think it might not be something. Would you two knock it off? Sorry about that. I got two labs that thinks it's playtime. They always do that when I'm on live stream. I don't know why. But this is why I keep holding these panels, and I try to discuss things that are pertinent to society. And now there's a lot of people who won't even touch them. They're afraid to talk about anything political, anything social, or anything like that. And that's the least thing we need right now. We need to have more discussion.
Indeed.
people being fearful of being able to speak out and speak up is a huge problem. And that's how we got to where we are now.
Yeah, but what is with all this laptop stuff and all that? Nothing comes out anymore. What is all about that stuff? You know, Biden's son and all the
Well,
documents they found and all that shit. You know, nothing happens. It seems.
That's the thing, though. We really do live in a time right now where the executive is influence of the judicial, and that's not supposed to happen. Separation of powers are what's supposed to keep this country in balance. Just as our media isn't supposed to be in cahoots with any current administration. They are supposed to be critical of all of them. That's their job. But what we have for people, what they call themselves to be journalists nowadays, are nothing more than pom-pom waving cheerleaders.
Yeah.
I don't think, I can't think of any other way to say it. They aren't critical of anything. They don't, you look back at all the things in the past that was brought about by media wouldn't have been possible with today's media. And I said, that's not to say that times past were perfect, because they certainly were not. But I think what we're headed for now, if we don't change course, is going to be a rough ride, would be putting it very mildly.
Yeah.
So I really don't know. And here's another thing too. I'm reading the chat back and forth as I see stuff. I don't think a lot of people realize what America is really like, the people in general. One thing that Americans, I will say, for the most part, still have is patience to a point. But once that patience is gone, it won't be a matter of are they going to take action. It'll be a matter of when are they going to stop.
Yes, I agree. That's what I was. Yeah, I worry that one of the things that I worry about, if we do, go pretty fascist, if we do go fascist, how far are we going to go there? Are there going to be concentration camps, or is it just going to be,
Well, I know myself personally, I would never accept that. Because as the saying goes, when you look into the abyss and you become the things and the monsters you're fighting, who are you really fighting? I will never accept that. I've as I've said, I've seen the worst and I've seen the best of humanity. And I know what the worst is capable of. And there's nothing that could change my mind to make me become the worst of humanity, nor agree with it. I am a very, very much principled and constitutionally minded, which seems to be a bad thing nowadays. Imagine that. Believing in individual rights and a constitution and a bill of rights is now a bad thing. Figure that one out.
But I didn't even got an actual answer on my question. Is there any investigation going on still, or is it all laid down, or what do you think?
There isn't going to be anything of note until administration changes, and whether anything happens then, I don't know. I don't think they realize the Pandora's box they opened by doing what they're doing with Trump. I don't think they really realize what they've done.
If that is all going unjudged, and if that is going all through with any consequences, holy fuck, man. That
We'll see what happens on Tuesday.
Well, it's kabuki theater. You know, they're looking for a headline or another thing that they can do. Hopefully, and what kind of ticks me off is I don't understand why Congress hasn't sent the marshals in and picked that prosecutor up and drug his ass back to D.C. to ask him what the hell he thinks he's doing.
Can they do that?
Oh, yes, they absolutely can do that.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, you're correct. Guitar stuff. And the thing of it is, they're trying to indict on BS, when in all actuality, there's a lot of people with actual criminal activity that should have been taken to task. But unfortunately, we don't live in that world at the moment.
including our Kanzler, by the way.
Pardon?
Including our Kanzler. He's involved in the biggest tax scam in history of this country. But he has just dimension only on the questions which are really important, you know. He can't remember.
Well, I'll tell you the biggest thing I don't understand, Uwe, is how all of these countries' governments are in lockstep with a lot of these things going on. There isn't any, other than a few politicians here and there, there's no pushback, whether it comes from the to use someone's quote, the disease we had to have, or whether it comes to social issues or what went on just last week. And then what's going on with Trump now?
I think it's not not the politicians who are not aware of stuff or not going into that. I think it's the whole justice system is you know, is controlled by the government. It used to be the opposite way. The justice, the courts are there to control our governments, but it works the complete opposite way these days now, you know. And that was set up years ago. And
All right, Kazoom, you want the last word, guy?
Oh no, I'm good. I wasn't trying to interrupt, but I need to head out.
Yeah,
But,
I'm going to sit down anyway.
all right. Cool. Well then, I'll see you all around. Thanks for having me on.
Hey, no problem.
Yeah,
Thanks for
take
coming on.
care.
And I
Good to
appreciate
see
the
you.
conversation. I really do.
It's good to
Cool.
see you again.
Yeah, I'll see you again soon.
All right, you take care, man. And everybody in chat, I am going to shut this down.
Write it down if you want to direct everybody over there.
Yeah, if Casey, if you want to post the link, Red Cactus has a morning coffee panel. No drama, no BS, no nothing over there.
It's a beautiful sunrise.
She shows her sunrise and just normal conversation with people. So if you guys, if Casey or one of my other mods would like to post that link, I'd appreciate it. Uwe, thanks for the conversation, guy.
Yeah, thanks for having me on. Like
Oh,
always.
it's always good to have you on, Uwe. I enjoy our conversations, guy. Keeps me sane in an insane world, you know.
Yeah, you know, we all have to deal with bullshit. One country more and one less, but at the end, we are all in the same boat, you know.
Yeah, guitar stuff. I will check my email, no doubt.
Oh, by the way, let me ask you one final question. Have you ever heard about a guitar played with a bow, like a violin. Have you ever heard
Yeah,
about that?
yeah, I've seen that before, Uwe.
Man, that's interesting shit, man.
It's been done by several people, and there's electric violins as well. You know,
Yeah, it's really
um,
interesting. Holy crap. Guitar sounds completely different with that bow than a guitar, man. Absolutely awesome.
oh yeah, you can definitely come up with some creative stuff for sure.
All right.
Yeah, Chaplain, post your link, guy.
Chaplain comes on at 10.
Yeah,
Eastern.
Chaplain Jethro's Corner comes out at 10 a.m. And if you would post your link, Chaplain. And I guess everybody that's been in here, I appreciate you guys showing up. I hope that people got a little takeaway from this morning. I know we do get a little long in the tooth, but hey, we'll continue to move forward. That's all we can do.
Yeah. Try to hang in.
Yeah, well, it's not a matter of trying to hang in, Uwe. We just do what we do, man. If we'll deal with things as they come. Nobody can predict the future. So, and on that note, you want to hang out for just a minute, Uwe?
Yeah.
I'm going to end the stream, being that okay, guitar stuff. You have a wrench. You can post your link, guy. By all means, post your link. I'll hang out. Wait a minute till he gets that posted up.
Lieutenant just popped in.
What's going on, Lieutenant?
I just subbed
down
him.
here for a second.
I just subbed him, and here's his channel. I just posted it.
I don't know if he's streaming to his channel or not, though. I'll wait for him to post whatever channel he's going to be streaming on. I don't know if it's his church's channel or what it is.
No, I posted guitar stuff.
Yeah, I don't know if he's streaming to his channel or if he'll be streaming out of the church's channel. So I don't know, but I'll wait for him to post a link. Excuse me, folks.
I posted mine? No way. Yeah, I don't even have a channel, for Christ's sake.
No. Besides, if Uwe posted stuff, you better watch out. I guarantee you, Uwe would be kicked off YouTube faster than you can shake stick.
Probably right.
All right, that's guitar stuff. He will be playing guitar at his church. So if anybody's interested at that, what time is that going to be there, guitar stuff? About an hour. So if you guys want to check out some cool stuff, definitely check that out. No, I don't think it's, well, it shouldn't be Uwe's page, but whatever.
I don't know how that happened, but that's funny.
Guitar stuff got the right stuff on there, so we're good to go. So, all right, everybody, as I said before, I'm going to be closing us down. Thanks for everybody showing up. Lots of good channels you guys can check out, lots of places to hop to. I will be having more panels more often as I possibly can. So thank you very much, and I'll be out of here in 3, 2, 1. Later, people.